Well, it's going to be very interesting to see how they manage to fare out there, but as things currently stand, it is very much the quiet before the storm. Ineos sitting there with 4 riders at the moment inside the top 10. Will today be a day that they can apply some pressure on Tadej Pogacar? Only one of our experts in the mix for victory yesterday. That was Steve Chanel. He got really close with Michael Matthews, but second in the end to Pogacar. Congratulations to Steve. Let's check our bets for today. Alberto Contador said, well, for me today the favourite is Tadej Pogacar. He's doing a perfect race. He's where he should be. He's focused, legs are in good shape. Saw his first stage win, how well he managed the cobbles, and I think that today he'll mark more differences towards his rivals. Today for me, Tadej Pogacar.
Étape de la super planche des belles filles.
Audrey Cordon-Rago said, well, the stage to la super planche des belles filles is Thibaut Pinot's stage. I'm counting on him to show his opponents he's king of the climb. He knows every corner, every single speck of gravel, knows where he'll attack. I think he's got a plan in his mind. So for me, Thibaut Pinot today, and I remind you that the super planche des belles filles will also be the finish of the Tour de France Femmes with Zwift, so I count on you being there on this last stage to cheer for us and see the final winner. Jens Vogt saying, well, today's stage is going to be won by Tadej Pogacar. He's the only logical choice. He's gained some time on his GC rivals in the opening time trial on the Pavé, and yesterday on a little Cat 3 climb, he was already better than all of them. So he's going to show his strength and power today on the first real mountaintop finish. And as a fan and as a viewer of the race, I'm hoping Vingegaard and Adam Yates will show something and keep the race open and interesting.
There's going to be 2 summit finishes up La Super Planche de Belle Fille in the Tour de France. Second of all, in the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift in just over 3 weeks' time. But first, today for stage 7, I think the winner will go to Ineos Grenadiers, Adam Yates. I think he's in terrific form. I think this type of climb with its really steep gradients of upwards of 24% really suit his abilities as a rider. And I think the man from Lancashire will go on to take the stage victory.
Etappe nummer 7 gaat gewonnen.
Bobby Traxel said, well, Pinot will win stage 7. It's not going to be a fight for stage and GC. Groupama FDJ will send Kung and Pinot in a group. Pinot will get some space because he's got more than 5 minutes between him and the GC guys, and then he'll win in his own region. So it's Pinot for me. Interesting to see just how accurate those suggestions are. Wout van Aert in the green jersey today made his way down to the start. Well, we're very privileged on this tour to get inside the race, and we're now about to join Tom Pidcock for a spot of Petit Déjeuner.
I'm here with Tom Pidcock. Looking good, Tom. But the question that everybody wants to know, of course, what did you have for breakfast?
Well, breakfast is the same every day. I have 250 grams of rice and 2 egg omelette. And then today I had a bit of porridge and berries as well.
Very nice. And what's your caffeine strategy?
Well, actually, yesterday I had caffeine, but I don't normally. So there isn't a strategy. I don't have it unless, Yesterday was a bit hectic. I thought, maybe use a bit of caffeine to stay upright and, but don't normally have any.
Good stuff. Well, all the best for today. Take it easy, mate.
Thank you. See you later.
Oh, top lad. No caffeine strategy.
So we are all set for the départ fictif here from Tomblaine. And they roll out under cloudless skies here in Tomblaine, all in preparation for this 176.3 kilometer stage that runs through to La Super Planche des Belles Filles. We will have more analysis of that climb as the stage unfolds, but for now, the state of play. 3 kilometers to the Départ Réal. Christian Prudhomme already out of the sunroof and looking back at the remaining peloton. Tomblaine becoming a ville départ in the Tour de France for the 3rd time. Crowd out in force to cheer the peloton through. I'll take this opportunity though, as they roll out through the Départ Fictif, to take a look back at our Tour de France stories. All starts where we were up in Binche yesterday, with the Belgian crowd out in force to roar on Wout van Aert. And exactly what was said between Eddy Merckx and Wout? Lots of votes for the fastest. Well, Wout van Aert really did set such a frenetic pace yesterday. 49.4 kilometers an hour, the average speed over yesterday's stage. But Tadej Pogacar, no stopping him at the finish. And all did go very well yesterday for Nairo Quintana. Lots of celebrations down at the finish on the rollers. Fourth stage in Tour history to be covered at an average speed over 49 kilometers an hour. Jens van Rensburg, well, he really did have a tough day, a nasty spill, but back on the bike and through to the finish.
I think today it will be a sprint again. Yeah, I will be there, but yeah, everybody want to be there.
To say that pretty much was about the best Peter Sagan interview, or impersonation, sorry, not interview, that I have seen. Into yellow, Tadej Pogacar, Magnus Cort still in the maillot à pois, and in green now Wout van Aert, with Tom Pidcock into the white jersey. Although Tadej Pogacar, of course, the leader in that category as well. It is a stunning day as we see another of our abandons there. There have been a few overnight, a couple of them due to COVID-19, and I'm sure that Rob will be filling us in on those in just a few moments' time. And it is time to Kelly, Dan Lloyd, but first, Rob Hatch.
A special return to the scene of drama, disbelief, delight and nightmares. Delight for the man in yellow, who took the yellow jersey at the top of La Planche des Belles Filles in autumn 2020. It's now summer 2022. Tadej Pogacar has won 2 Tour de France, and he now has the yellow jersey in his 3rd appearance. He's got an early mechanical problem, but with just over a kilometre to go to the start of what is expected to be a tremendous stage again. It's hello to Sean Kelly, and Sean, What a performance yesterday. It was like PlayStation cycling from Pog.
Yes, well, it was an amazing effort he put in there on the sprint. And we see when he decided to kick for the line, like he took 2 or 3 bike lengths out of the top-class company he was with, and that just tells the way he's feeling in the end of a very difficult stage yesterday. Today we're coming into his real terrain. Hopefully, the other GC contenders, they will be able to put up a battle here, put up a fight against him. But the way he's looking at the moment, it's difficult to see. If we come down to the stage between the big GC contenders for the stage win, who is going to be able to challenge him?
Well, that's a question that we will no doubt see answered in part, at least, later on today, because we finish at La Super Planche des Belles Filles. We begin in the Meurthe et Moselle. That's the 54. Each and every one of the French départements are numbered, of course. And today we'll finish down the road, officially in Haute-Saône, but of course in the national park of the Vosges Mountains. Home to Thibaut Pinot. Big day for the Frenchman today. It's 10 years ago today that he won his first ever Tour de France stage. The stage in Switzerland at Porrentruy. And in symmetry to that, we head to Switzerland tomorrow. It's also 10 years and 1 day since Bradley Wiggins took that first yellow jersey. An historic day for British cycling as Chris Froome also won his first stage of the Tour de France. Not too far from home for Alexis Vuillermoz on the attack yesterday. He comes from the Jura. We'll be passing through there tomorrow on the way to Switzerland. And with 400 metres to go, the fans from all around the world are ready to welcome Tadej Pogacar and the 172 riders of the Tour de France ahead of stage 7. Just a few hundred metres to the flag is waved. The crowds are out in force. The big names are on the road. Sean, we're expecting a big fight, I think, at the start today.
Yes, I think we will see again. Yesterday, the riders and the teams, they know the way the race is and the way the teams are thinking. Try and get into the breakaway. Today is going to be no different. And we have that, 70, 80 kilometres, of opportunity to try and get into the breakaway. So I think, again, it will be a real, aggressive start trying to make the breakaway.
There was Pierre Rolland hanging around at the front, already in the breakaway on the first road stage. At least for a while he was. There's Christian Prudhomme, the flag's going to be waved, and off we go. Vuillermoz is attempting. As you deserve, we're trying to get riders up the road as well. A couple of riders from Israel Premier Tech. We've got a quick glimpse there of Chris Froome, winner here 10 years ago on the first ascent of the Planche des Belles Filles. But it's for the second time this year that we go to La Super Planche des Belles Filles, a little higher on the gravel with those nasty 24% gradients that Adam Blythe was talking about before the start of today. As expected, it's all in one long line, and there is plenty of hope to try and get down the road. Beautiful sunny day for this. We don't have any huge climbs, Ballon d'Alsace type climbs as you've had before on this stage. It's a different stage, Sean. I think Brad Wiggins summed it up well. It's not really a mountain stage today. It's a mountain top finish, but it's just one big climb at the end.
Yes, it is. It's an easier stage than the previous ones, and the run into the climb is not as difficult. But this is going to make it probably more difficult getting onto the climb. There'll be a lot more riders together. It will be super fast on the beginning of the climb, so that makes the final climb to Planche des Belles Filles probably more difficult again.
Riding downhill here almost looks like they're riding in fast forward motion. Intermarché trying to get up the road. Space 2 for Bahrain. Remember, they won the stage last time with Dylan Teuns. And an opportunity for Astana, Kazakhstan. A few teams with freedom. We've seen Bike Exchange. There's Mikel Honoré of Quick Step, and there's some news to bring you about the Quick Step team. It's all changed in the sports director's car again, I'm afraid. And once more, COVID-19 is the culprit. Klaas Lodewijk and Wilfried Peters have both tested positive for the virus, and they, of course, have had to leave the team bubble. They will go home, and we wish them a speedy recovery. 22.5 degrees today. Not too much wind around. Northerly means it's helping the riders on the way. Tailwind to start, but just 14 kilometers per hour. And heading south from Tomblaine. This is the Lycée Professionnel Privé Saint-Michel. Wonderful gardens there. It's still kicking off. Christopher Juhl Jensen following this latest move from B&B Hotels. Dylan Teuns not far again. And that's an interesting one, Sean.
Yes, it is, and you know, he is very active. We see him there just a moment ago. A lot of riders just, you know, holding back and waiting, and you know, again, you have to do that. You have to watch who's going into the breakaway. When you make the effort on the front with 3 or 4 riders in the peloton in your wheel, you know, that effort you're going to pay when it comes over the top and the attack again. It's difficult to react. Where if you can follow in the wheel, well, you know, you can really, you know, go in the moves many times by doing it that way.
Difficult couple of starts to races for George Bennett, who has a mechanical here. Big chase yesterday off the back as part of a group, and the former Kiwi national champion Key Domestique, for now the yellow jersey Tadej Pogacar, is having to chase back on while they're chasing to try and get in the breakaway. And that's going to be one of the key themes, provided that Tadej Pogacar keeps the yellow jersey here. Is he going to have the team around him? Yesterday, they rode fantastically well on the final climb. They weren't great in numbers throughout the day, nor were they the day before. They do have such a strong team for the mountains, if they're all fit and well, however. Little bits of splits, nothing able to really break it yet. And you mentioned there Dylan Teuns. You were talking about him, who won in 2019. He's only at 3 minutes 10 from the general. Interesting to see whether he'll be allowed too much freedom. Of course, the man you're all wondering to see if he can get up the road today, Thibaut Pinot, the local boy, is at 5 minutes 11 seconds. So maybe an opportunity to get some sort of lease of life. What we're seeing now, Sean, is a different approach from Agir Dessert, given the trials and tribulations and basically bad luck for Ben O'Connor in the last few days. They've suddenly got a bit of freedom.
Yes, well, there is teams who have, you know, that more freedom now because of their GC men losing a lot of time. So it opens up opportunities for quite a number of riders. The question is today, will Pogacar, will they control the race if a break goes away with riders who maybe are, you know, 5+ minutes down, if that is the combination of the breakaway? That is going to be an interesting one. I think that is something the teams have in mind. You know, if you get into the breakaway, then it's normally the yellow jersey team is pretty much expected to control the race, and if they do not do that for quite a while and they allow the break to get a number of minutes, meaning 4, 5, 6 minutes, then the breakaway could go all the way. So I think, yeah, there's a double reason for trying to get into the breakaway because of situation with the race leadership. But I'm afraid that UAE, you know, they will control it when the break does get away.
Miguel Honoré, the first man to have a gap. He's at 18 minutes, so there's going to be no general classification worry about him. 170 kilometres to go. We've had around 5-6 kilometres of racing, and it's a very good morning, or just about good afternoon, to Daniel Lloyd.
Good afternoon, Rob. How are you all doing?
Very, very well. We've got a nice active start today. It could well be a very good break to be in today.
Definitely. We saw that, and as you've mentioned in 2019, that there was an opportunity for a stage win from the breakaway, which Dylan Teuns took, and also an opportunity for a change in the yellow jersey, which Giulio Ciccone took. And I'd imagine, we've already seen with Teuns, but I imagine both of them will be trying to fish out the right breakaway today. That might well be easier said than done, though, because a lot of people have this in their mind for good reason. It's hard to see any of the really big teams using the energy to control things throughout today's stage. UAE don't need to do it because Pogacar's already in the situation that he wants to be in, and I think everybody else will be thinking, well, it's a lot of energy used for a probable Pogacar win again at the end of it. Therefore, the break has a big chance of making it to the finish.
Well, let's see. The differences historically haven't been huge in road stages here, have we? But we all remember the drama from a couple of years ago. That was in the autumn then. It was the first post-pandemic, or during pandemic, Tour de France. More mechanical problems, it seems, though, for UAE Emirates. First George Bennett, now Marc Soler. Not their best start, Sean.
No, it's not. You know, when you have a problem like this, a little mechanical problem, I know you can, you know, just go to the car and hang on. Still, you have to come back behind the race, wreck the car, and then the place you need to be up the front. It's you know, a difficult job to make your way through, because space is vital here, and everybody wants to, you know, get as close to the front of the as possible. But we can see at the moment it's you know, a little bit of a downtime, and if you get that moment when you have to go to the car, well, that is a great advantage, a great I suppose a great time to have to come to the car. But we can see on the front of the peloton, you know, there's a lot of riders hanging around and just waiting and just seeing who's moving and try and make into the break of the day. And when you have a lot of teams and riders looking and watching, sometimes, like yesterday, what a race we had, and there was so much race and nobody managed to get out until that three-man breakaway. And I think when that three-man breakaway went with Van Aert, they were saying, oh, that's not going to go anywhere, he's going to knock off his effort when there's nobody else joining him. But yeah, he went on, and what an amazing stage, you know, the three guys did put up, and Van Aert, you know, to the very end. So we can see here again following each other after the, you know, the sole rider Honoré out front.
Here is Miguel Honoré. Had to do a lot of work, didn't he, on his native roads of Denmark. Work that was given the prize of a victory by Fabio Jakobsen. Now then out the back. Grøndal Jansen, Norwegian rider. Still one of those riders, Dan, I'm trying to get used to in a different jersey.
Yes, takes a while, doesn't it? I mean, some I get used to very quickly, and I think a lot of us have had the same problem with Luis Leon Sanchez for some reason. Going over to Bahrain Victorious, I just can't get used to his face being in that kit. It catches me out, you know, 7 months into the season at this point.
And it's not like we aren't used to seeing him. His first tour was way back in 2005. He's one of the elder statesmen of the peloton. I'm sure we'll see him in action at some point during this tour. For the minute, though, it's Miguel Honoré with 9 seconds on plenty in a peloton who would quite like to join him up the road today. With Amon Grøndal Jansen. There's several mechanical issues at the start today. Sean, there might be some legs issues after the last couple of days as well.
Well, I think there will be, and you know, if it goes on and you race at this pace. But yeah, this start today is a bit easier than yesterday. Yesterday it was more lumpy stuff, and you know, there was quite long drags at the start, and that's where it really tests the legs. And if you're hanging on the rear because of injury or because of fatigue already, well then yesterday was going to be a more difficult one. When you can follow here on the roads, we can see it's a bit easier when you're inside in the peloton there and getting maximum drafting. But we can see a small group starting to just get off the front of the peloton here, and yeah, will it be the combination where suddenly we see it slowing down, and then we get that advantage they need to get? But I think back on front of the peloton there's still quite a bit of action.
Looks like another of those breakaway lead-outs being done to try and get a teammate out there with Mads Pedersen. Niels Pollitt's trying to get up the road as well. We've got another rider from EF Education, Easy Post, and Ciccone there alongside Max Schachmann, who wasn't far away too. Back in the yellow jersey, we've become accustomed to seeing it now. Tadej Pogacar. Incredible yesterday. So Giulio Ciccone. Today, I don't think there will be any even whiff of him getting the yellow jersey, because this time he is 22 minutes 41 seconds down. It's a stage victory he's after today. There's Wout van Aert, who's exchanged yellow for green. Of course, he always owned the green. And today, instead of the skin suit, he's gone for the jersey, so not expecting any sprinting to be done at any point. The classy look with the old-fashioned black shorts there. Nicely done, Wout. Meantime, this is Sambal. Not too far from Bâle itself, just over the border in Switzerland. Basel. Six riders with the latest attack. But several attacks have been caught so far. And we're on our way to the gravel and the gradients at the top. The first of two Tour de France stages that will finish this year at La Super Planche des Belles Filles. The second being all the more decisive, we think, given the fact that it will be the final stage of the Tour de France Femmes. And you will, of course, be able to see that live on Discovery Plus and GCN Plus. It will be like each and every stage of this Tour de France, live and on demand. Move number 3 comes back. Those who wish for it to calm down follow and wait. The downtown speed bumps on our way out of Tomblaine and to La Super Planche des Belles Filles. At stage 7 of the Tour de France today, 176 kilometres. As I said right at the start, it's the return to the scene of drama, disbelief, delight and nightmares for some, certainly if you are Primož Roglič. He's here for Jumbo-Visma, and at the front today, Bahrain victorious, who have quite keen ideas on contesting the stage. Remember Jack Haig, their leader, for the second year in succession, crashing out in the opening stages. He's been in a hospital and will soon be on his way home. All the best to him, and all the best to Michael Gogol, who put out a tweet yesterday and an Instagram post. Very, very nasty injuries he suffered. He was in hospital locally the other day. He's now been transferred to Belgium, but he's feeling as well as he can feel. I wonder how Mathieu van der Poel's feeling, because he started to hint, Dan, that if it doesn't start to click into gear soon for him, he might go home.
I'd imagine he's a bit down in the dumps because he's not got the legs that he is accustomed to having. I think cycling comes reasonably easy to Mathieu van der Poel most of the time, but it hasn't been easy for him so far. He's been languishing at the back of the peloton, as I said, feeling quite sorry for himself. As will Marc Soler at some point. More mechanical problems. They've spent a lot of time out the back, UAE Team Emirates riders, haven't they, with mechanical problems and such like over the last couple of days. Yesterday it was George Bennett. He had a couple of problems and had a big chase to get back on. And today we've seen Pogacar stop at the side of the road for some adjustments on his new yellow bike. And Marc Soler going back to the team car on a couple of occasions. So he'll hope it's all sorted before his job, which really starts today, doesn't it, Marc Soler, you've got to say. Domestique Deluxe on the final climb for Tadej Pogacar. We're seeing a lot of riders, Rob, who are doing a job for the climbers within their team trying to get into the break. So we mentioned Bahrain victorious a few moments ago, and that was Mohoric drilling it at the front in an attempt to draw Dylan Teuns, their climber for today's breakaway, clear of the bunch. And it's a really good thing to do, because where the opening part of today's stage is so flat, you can waste an awful lot of energy either making attacks yourself or following other attacks, and it might not be that you get into the right one. If you've got somebody like Matej Mohoric or Nils Pollitt that we saw with Max Schachmann a few moments ago, and they're doing something similar again now, it means that you're not actually hitting the wind. You're going up the road in small groups, but you're able to assess it, see whether it's going clear or not, and whether or not to put a lot of effort into it.
This is Marco Haller who's doing the same. He's got Max Schachmann, I think, who's behind him. Interesting that UAE Emirates and Brandon McNulty was following that one. I'm glad you mentioned, actually, the mechanical problems there for Marc Soler, because this was something that was noticed by Magnus Bäckstedt, who was commentating the Tour of Switzerland with me. And there have been, it seems like there have been a lot of mechanical issues lately for UAE Emirates coming into this race. Now, a bit of a gap forming here, a bit of a group forming, and this could be a key moment, Sean Kelly.
Yes, well, it's a very little gap. We can see there are 4 or 5 bike lengths between that group out in front, and you know, still riders trying to get across, but you have to be in here with a member of the team. If your tactic is to try and get into the breakaway, you have to be in this top 20, 25 riders, 30 riders with a teammate at least, or a couple of teammates if you can do that, because you know, at some point, if you're back in the peloton, which is the third group on the road, you know, if they decide to knock it off, the speed they're going here to get across that little gap is going to take, you know, a huge effort, unless you're a really, you know, a good rider who have, you know, can do that explosive effort for a number of minutes. You can do that, but it is always a danger one, so you have to be in the front of affairs with a number of riders if the breakaway is the plan tactic of the day.
Dan, we just saw a brief moment where there was a danger of a rather large group going away. What will be the instructions to teams like UAE, Ineos Grenadiers, Jumbo-Visma, those who are really serious about the general classification, with relation to a large group going off the front today?
I think they all will have their own individual team plans, of course, that need to be malleable based on how the race is unfolding in front of them. So you're right, there was a big group going off the front. Not only was Brandon McNulty there for UAE Team Emirates, there was also a rider from Ineos Grenadiers. I think it was Dylan van Baarle that had entered that group as well. And it might well be that Ineos say, look, we don't need to be in small groups today. We don't want to use that energy. But if it's a big group, and if there's somebody from Jumbo or somebody from UAE, we need to be represented there as well. So lots of different dynamics will go into the formation of this first breakaway, or the eventual breakaway that goes today.
Now look up the road as a rider from Israel Premier Tech. In fact, no, it's the other blue jerseys of Bike Exchange, pardon me, are up there. A rider from EF, it looks like it's Magnus Kort. We should be used to that by now. And you mentioned the lead-out tactic there, Dan. We saw that yesterday, even from Steven Kruijswijk. Even Wout van Aert needed that little lead-out to break the elastic in the end.
He did. I'm still getting my head around what he was doing yesterday. I mean, it was brilliant to watch, wasn't it? I'm glad that he did do it for our entertainment and for the entertainment of all the general public watching on. I think if you were being very sensible, you probably wouldn't have done that yesterday. And Adam pointed out on the breakaway this morning, the team had probably said to him, look, this is your last day where you can do what you want, because from this moment onwards in the race, certainly for the next week or 10 days or so, we need you for Vingegaard and hopefully for Roglic as well. So I imagine he took that and thought, well, I will do what I want today. And I'll be very interested to see whether or not he pays for that, because there were a number of people saying from the peloton it was the hardest Tour de France stage that they had ever done. You know, the constant undulations, the average speed of just under 50 kilometres per hour, which I think was the 4th fastest road stage in Tour de France history yesterday. There will be a lot of people who are pretty fatigued today, and Van Aert, even he should be feeling the pain of what he did yesterday, you'd have thought.
Another group of 5 to 6 riders off the front. Giulio Ciccone is again amongst them as it's chased down behind. Just on that point with Wout van Aert, Sean, you are the most similar rider to a Wout van Aert that I can ever remember existing. What's your view, as we see more mechanical problems for Mats Soler, what's your view on what he did yesterday and how it might affect him, again, given the fact that, you know, he is most similar to what you could do in your day?
Well, it was crazy riding yesterday from Van Aert, and, you know, I'm still trying to... you know, why did he do that? I know the race was very active in the earlier part, and that's where you have to be in the front. And when there was groups going away there, 10, even 20 riders, splits at times, there was a little bit of side wind. If you have a free hand from the team and they say to yourself, this is your day now, you can do what you like today, as Dan said, I would have, you know, just, as he was doing the beginning, follow, but not attacking. And he was attacking in the beginning and really pushing on the pace. And he's a style of rider, you know, when the move goes, that you see there's, you know, 5 or 7 riders, there's some danger guys in it, bang, in the wheel, out of the saddle, on the wheel of the riders that's going, and you just do that and you continue on doing it. But when you attack on the front of the peloton, that takes so much more effort to do that, and, you know, you're going to pay for that effort as you go further into the day, and then you ride away with, you know, 2 other riders and 3 riders out in front, and, you know, immediately you would say, well, this is going to be a real killer of a day. I would certainly not have done the tactic that Wout van Aert, you know, did yesterday. I would have waited and see what happened in the final. And, you know, a stage victory was a possibility for him in that run to the finish. So I'm still puzzled, you know, of the tactic of Wout van Aert. If it was the case where the team said, you have, you know, a free hand to do what you want to do today.
Tell you what, Sean Kelly, Wout van Aert, sit-down interview. Talk about tactics back in the day and now. What might be achievable? That would be absolutely fascinating.
Well, the question
People
is,
in power, make it happen.
Yes, the question is for Dan as well. What does Dan think if he was giving a free hand in a race?
I thought you were going to say, who am I going to sit down with? Probably someone that's currently racing a 2.2 race somewhere in the world, maybe.
No, but it's always interesting. You know, you've been in there in the professional peloton for many years, and if you get a free hand to, you know, you're not at duty to work for your teammate. In Wout van Aert's case yesterday, what would you have done?
It's very difficult to put myself in that situation because I never had that power or the legs that Van Aert have got, speaking obviously right now. But I sometimes get frustrated with people that are that good, that they seem in my mind to waste a lot of energy. I think when you're not as good as a pro rider, you have to find ways of hiding, of saving energy, of saving what you do have for a crucial moment. And when I watched on at what Van Aert was doing yesterday, I was in complete agreement with you, Sean, that fine, if you want to go up the road, go with attacks. Don't keep making them all the time, because he was just actually attacking from the peloton with people in his wheel and pushing a lot of wind. You know, with that amount of power, he can follow lots of attacks, keep looking round, seeing if you've got a gap and whether or not it's worth putting your energy into it at that point. So I thought what he did from a physiological point of view yesterday was nothing short of remarkable. I don't know how he's that good right now, but I thought the way he played it wasn't very clever at all.
We'll keep an eye on how it affects him, his engine, and how he's able to work for teammates later on in this race. In the meantime, that last shot on horseback there reminded me of the first few days of the Giro in Hungary. Our friends on the horseback again. Average speed so far over 51 kilometers per hour. So it'll just flash up on the screen there. And the latest attempt has gone. We've had 20 kilometers of racing. No breakaway yet. It's becoming clear who is willing to get in the breakaway. Bora Hansgrohe seemed the most keen.
Yeah, and Trek Segafredo, but the one team I'm surprised not to have seen more of, and that man's on your screen right now, number 97, Thibaut Pinot. They might be being very clever about this. I mean, you can gamble, because it might be it's the first breakaway that sticks today, it might be the 100th. And if you've been going from them or with them from the very start, it might be you're so fatigued by the time it actually does go that you just can't get yourself into the breakaway. But I am surprised not to see any Groupama FDJ riders heading up the road, particularly as Pinot's from this area, Rob, I think you said yesterday.
Yeah, he's from the Vosges. It was one of the first climbs he ever did. I think he was just 12 years of age when he went up there. Sean had been reading this morning. He has the Strava KOM at 19 minutes, 56 seconds. Of course, that's of those who've uploaded their data, of course. I'm not sure Tour de France time trials from 2020 are up there. And Thibaut Pinot, well, he's lost a little bit of time, hasn't he? Enough to maybe be let off the leash, 5 minutes 11. The other thing that sort of weighed me into thinking that he was certainly going to have a go today was the team himself. They were talking him up. Loads of messages on social media. Allez Thibaut, today's your day. And here's one from Jocelyn, our producer in Paris. Apparently, today is St. Thibaut's day. So there you go. Something else to add into the mix. And here he is, Thibaut Pinot, 10 years to the day since he first won a stage of the Tour de France, just over the border in Porrentruy in Switzerland. Quick step off of vinyl with freedom for Miguel Honoré. Couple of goes from him. Michael Haller's been at the front. Luke Rowe on the right-hand side. In a white jersey today, by the way, is Thomas Pidcock, who's looking after that for Tadej Pogacar. Sagan hanging around up to the front left-hand side. This is Florian Vermeersk, second in Paris-Roubaix. Not really kicked on as of yet, but also for any Belgian rider who does that so young, it's so difficult, and there's plenty of pressure there.
Although he did take his first pro win this year at some point in a one-day race, so yeah, didn't live up to his own expectations in the Spring Classics, had a lot of bad luck there, but he'll develop. You know, it might take some time. There is that level of expectation after finishing runner-up at Paris-Roubaix on your first participation at the race, but he's a big, strong lad, is Vermeersk, isn't he?
Very, very strong indeed. Strong on all things that we're seeing along France is Jonathan Harris-Bass.
Well, I'm really glad you've come to me here, Rob, because yesterday when I rudely interrupted you to point out the place that was very similar to the Place des Vosges, this particular chateau is known as the Versailles of Lorraine, and I'm sure that you could see the similarities there, not perhaps quite as grand as the Chateau de Versailles, but real similarities there. That was an old feudal chateau that remained there until 1612. The Duke of Lorraine at that point, Henry II, then handed it over and had it totally taken down, and then it was rebuilt, and that is the splendour you see in front of you.
Looks like your house, that, Jono.
I mean, you have a really wayward idea of where I live at the moment.
What about l'Église Saint-Jacques in Lunéville as well? Looks beautiful.
The whole of this area really, really stunning, and the Saint-Jacques Church here has some sculptures of Joseph Béchon in there, beautiful clock that you can see sitting on the front as well, and statues on the top of Saint Michel slaying the dragon. Now, most people know the myth of St. George slaying the dragon. There's also a famous myth of Saint Michel slaying the dragon as well. And inside, there's a really beautiful organ case. So if you're ever in this region, come along and have a look at the organ in Saint-Jacques Church there.
Thank you, Jonathan. Watching Jack Bauer chasing this lead to smooth. Israel Premier Tech have grown in confidence, haven't they?
It's Michael Woods, isn't it? Great day for him.
Perfect day. Of course, yesterday they had a think about it, didn't they, with Jakob Fuglsang for a while. Woods has lost 5 minutes and 37 as well, so you can't imagine that he would be monitored too much. And Leonard Kemna, another good day for him. He's there, the great instigator of chaos at the Giro d'Italia. If he could get a stage win here at the Tour again, just like he did a couple of years ago, I'm sure that would help his confidence to maybe create a bit more chaos for Alexander Vlasov later in this race, like he did for Jai Hindley.
And there's also the opportunity for Kemna and a whole host of other riders to potentially go into the yellow jersey today, because he starts the day just over 3 minutes down on Tadej Pogacar. And there's every likelihood that once this eventually does form and go up the road, that UAE are quite happy to allow somebody like Kemna to get 6 minutes, potentially going to the yellow jersey. It's the same for Schachmann, his teammate. He's right up there on GC as well, which is why they're so motivated to go up the road today, not just for the stage win, but for the potential yellow jersey. But being just 6 days into this race, there's a heap of riders around that time, and that's why I think this is going to take so long to go today.
Again, a little bit of a split there, and an opportunity maybe for 20 riders to sneak away. This is Connor Swift, who's had a very big couple of days working for Nairo Quintana. And Quintana is looking really, really good at the minute, isn't he, Sean?
Yes, he is. You know, he's in a great position, and today will be a big day if it comes down to the fight for the stage win between the GC men. You know, he's the one that will be up there, and it will be a test for all of those guys, because you know, the GC men like Quintana and a lot of the guys we talked about coming into this race, the first days were always going to be difficult. Possibly wind, we didn't get that. Then the cobble sections, would they be able to, you know, stay up there with the men they need to be and not lose any time of major importance? And a lot of the guys have done that. Today is the test now for them to see what they can do on the climb. And if it's going to be a breakaway, it will calm things down back in the peloton. It will be that there might be that as big a battle as we would have if the stage is up for grabs. So that is going to be an interesting one at the end of the day. If the break does get away, will it be far enough away that it can go all the way to the finish? But if it's a battle between the GC men, the stage, and of course the GC comes into effect as well, in that case, it's going to be a real interesting stage to see who has got, you know, the climbing, I suppose, and the form to be able to stay up here today and go on and tackle for the overall standings, meaning, you know, the podium, the top 5 or the top 10 in the overall.
Dan, if you're one of the big GC teams here, are you happy about both Schachmann and Kemna being at the front of a big group of maybe 20 riders?
I am, yes. I don't think either of them have shown that they're real threats to the general classification over the course of 3 weeks. Quality riders, but they'll come undone at some point, you would imagine. So if I was UAE or any of the other GC teams, yeah, those 2 riders I'd be happy to let go up the road. You know, not giving them 20 minutes. I mean, it doesn't really happen in modern day racing, does it? But certainly 6, 7, 8 minutes up the road, I'd be happy with that.
And we know from Bora, you know, they tried that in the earlier days with the rider they've got here. They try and get into the breakaway, get a stage like that, and they have also a GC man. We see it in the Giro, you know, a lot of days as well. They're a team that is the tactic they go for. And I think I agree with that tactic, because when you ride for a leader, you know, every day for the first 10 days or the first 2 weeks, and then he loses because of sickness, accident, all of that, then you have little time to rectify. So get something out in the earlier day, and everybody is in, you know, real good spirits when you get a win in the early days of a race.
An exciting way of racing a Grand Tour, and Bora Hansgrohe, well, they got everything out of it in the Giro. Exactly what you were talking about there, Sean, with those early efforts in stages and then the big prize at the end of it. And here they're trying to do the same. There's the yellow jersey. Not seen too much of him on our pictures just yet. We've had almost half an hour of racing. No breakaway yet. Movistar show their faces towards the front. Simon Geschke is fairly keen, isn't he, today? We've seen a few attacks from him. Already a Tour de France stage winner. And a man who has been getting back to form in recent months. He deserves it more than anybody after the hell he had to endure last year. What a nightmare Olympics that was, stuck in a hotel room, and was it the food placed outside the door? That did not look pleasant. Here we go again with turns. Beautiful summer scenes in eastern France. Still fairly flat, this terrain. Starts to inch up in about 30 k's time, but very, very gradually. Got our intermediate sprint today in Gérardmer. And the first classified climb is the Col de la Grosse Pierre today. Col des Croix is the second of the 3 classified climbs. 2 third cats and then the first category climb. The opening first category climb of this particular tour, and it is La Super Planche des Belles Filles. Nils Pollitt again on lead-out duties once more, Sean. Here we go.
Yes, here we go. And Nils Pollitt is a rider. He has, you know, unbelievable power, but sometimes, again, he doesn't use it to the best effect the way he rides. But he's a teammate here in the wheel, and definitely Bora Hansgrohe are interested in trying to get into the breakaway. But this is always a difficult way to do it, because, you know, when you attack like this into the wind at this speed and you have riders sitting at wheel, although he has a teammate here, but they're not going to allow, you know, the 2 teammates, as we can see more riders coming across here, Sagan getting involved, and you have to get a group of riders together. But yeah, a big attack, a real explosive one, sometimes it's a good way to do it, because that way you get a gap and everybody say, oh my God, these guys are going so hard, I'm not going to be able to get across that gap. And we can see already, you know, the advantage they've pulled out.
Peter Sagan maybe thinking of some points for the intermediate sprint classification. He's got a teammate with him as well. There is Max Schachmann left hand side. And for Movistar, I wonder if that's Gorka Izagirre. Get a better look at him in a moment. He's choosing to sit on right now, but the chase still goes on behind. A lot of teams missed out. Total Energy and Bora with 2 each. Two from Total Energy, 2 from Bora Hansgrohe, and a Movistar. It looks like it might be Gorka Izagirre. Wants to join his brother with a Tour de France stage win. And this is the situation with over 30 kilometers ridden now. No breakaway yet. I love these starts. It's a very narrow gap, however. Just indicative of how many people want to be up the road today, because they feel there's a chance. And yet again, UAE Emirates, Sean, we're in the chase there. Ineos Grenadiers too.
Yes, we can see there, and it's Trek Pedersen there just pulling on and closing this one down. And UAE Emirates, you know, they're just following, and that's what the best way to do it. Just sit there in that top 15, 20, 25 riders and follow when the, you know, when the moves are going, just in the wheels there and get carried along. And they're doing a nice a nice tactic here, and you have riders up front, and that's what you've got to do. And in the meantime, it's not happening for the breakaway, and this is going to be the real killer here for the riders who are hanging down the rear there. They're just again hoping that this will happen quicker, as quickly as possible, and the break does get away, it will settle down, but it doesn't look like for the moment it's going to happen. And so many teams wanting to be in the breakaway, always the same situation, difficult to get the breakaway to be allowed away.
Almost a team time trial here at the front for EF Education Easy Post. We just had our first glimpse. Give credit to Dan Lloyd, who's watching the screen eagle-eyed while he wolfs down some fish and chips. And he was getting rather excited whilst he was eating his fish and chips there, because we had our first spotting of Thibaut Pinot. He's hanging around, see if he can slip away maybe. It is his day today, on Saint Thibaut's day. Amazing, isn't it, Sean, how quickly you can be pushed towards the back. We just saw Sagan on the attack, and on that last shot, he's right at the back of the bunch.
Yes, well, when you go on the attack like that and you just do one or two turns on the front, and then you get pulled back by the full peloton, you get crowded out very quickly. If you knock off your effort at all, and it's so difficult when you make an effort like the last breakaway there, the few riders are in it, you're going to pay for that effort. And Sagan, I think he just said, let's try here, let's risk it and see if I can get into a move, well then I pick up points. But I think Sagan, the shape is in at the moment. We did see yesterday, not as we're expecting. I thought he would be hanging around a lot further towards the end of the stage there. So, but yeah, just get something out of it, because at the end of the stage it's not going to be a day for him.
Big tailwind still all the way since the start, heading from north to south. Just saw the flags there alongside the road. It's a fairly straight road all the way to just before we get to Gérardmer and the intermediate sprint. Still a good 60 k's or so before we get to that. Again, they go across in ones and twos, and we're seeing the speed on the bike there of Benjamin Thomas, former French time trial champion, up to 60 k's an hour here. All one long line at the Tour de France. Thomas trying to help get his mate up the road, and mate on this occasion looks to be Jonas Aguirre. Yves Lampard following Stefan Kung, and Sean Kelly's chuckling.
Yeah, well, they look around there, and Izagiri just pointing and to his teammate, oh, they're all on the wheel here, mate. There's not much point in putting in an effort when you're on the front of the peloton, and the full peloton just on your wheel, and that's where you have to look around. And the effort they were making there, it wasn't a one where you could see they were going to get anything out of that one.
The speeds in the last 24 hours have been absolutely terrific. Yesterday was just the fourth stage in the history of the Tour de France that was ridden over 49 kilometers per hour. And I'm not talking about one of these newfangled short stages, 130 k's from here to there and bang, it's done. It was 220 kilometers with 2,500 meters of climbing. So far, we've ridden getting on for nearly 40 kilometers, and we're above 50 k's an hour.
And that is sorry, Rob, that is the debate is going on, pre-Tour de France, those races, right from the beginning of the season. The averages they're doing and the speed they're going, where is it coming from? And a lot of it is from this tech, the bikes and the wheels, all of that has seemed to be something that certainly the manufacturers are claiming a lot of that, that the averages are higher than we have seen in the past.
Yeah, I think it's made a huge difference. It's every single thing. It's that old term of marginal gains, and that's certainly been used in technology over the last few years. So as Sean said, the wheels, how aero they are, the frames, the clothing is a big one, because of course that's the biggest part of what's going through the air. So if you can get really aerodynamic clothing, that makes a huge difference. We're seeing more aero helmets. They started coming in 10 years or so ago. Even drivetrain efficiency, rolling resistance of tyres, every little thing that they can do to make these bikes faster, they are doing. And it does make a significant difference to the speed that you go for a given power.
Now, a special day today. 10 years and a day since Bradley Wiggins took the yellow jersey on La Planche des Belles Filles. Welcome back, Brad.
Yes, you join me at the back of the peloton, and fast start today. It was to be expected, a little bit like yesterday, of course, with just that summit finish today at the end and not too much difficulty before it. This was to be expected. Everyone wants to get into that breakaway if there is indeed to be one. Other than that, Tadej Pogacar has to be the favourite for today, I think. And these are funny days, you know, when you come out, roll out this, and you know you've just got this summit finish. There's not much to test your legs beforehand, particularly on the climbing front. And it is a nervous one for the GC guys. And any little ramp or any little sort of rides that you come across during the day, you're constantly checking yourself, questioning yourself. It's a psychological warfare with yourself on days like today as a GC rider, asking yourself, am I ready for this? You're looking around at your main competitors, seeing how they are, whether they're breathing hard or not, how hard they're trying on little rises and stuff. And you're constantly trying to convince yourself for the whole day, I will be good on this class climb, running through it constantly in your head, asking yourself, do I feel good? Am I feeling bad? Am I going to have it? And they are horrible. It can be. You can actually talk yourself out of it when there's not much to do through the day. So this racing is full and frantic up to this point, and I imagine for the next 100k, a break very similar to yesterday will go at some point. But for the GC guys, as I say, it's a personal psychological warfare today, days like today, with just that one climb. And people will talk themselves out of it. But I imagine Tadej Pogacar, Mr. Cool himself, will be full of confidence going into this final climb later on today. Of course, he's won here before a few years ago, and I think he's going to get the victory today. And with that, I will hand you back to the commentary team and keep my eyes on things at the back of the race.
Thanks very much, Bradley. Just saw Filippo Ganna, the king of one of those who was able to hurt themselves more. Maybe win that psychological battle. Certainly you have to do as a time trialist. Who's hanging around at the front. We wait for our next little move and, well, don't even have to finish the sentence before it happens. Quickly turns into 5 or 6, then 7 and 8 get involved. And the whole bunch chases. It's Mars Peterson once more.
My God, what a race this is. And they're just, you know, kicking each other here. And, you know, it just goes on. And you can see there so many riders and so many different colour jerseys all wanting to be in that breakaway. We can see Niels Pullert here. After the effort he put in, he's on the rear of the peloton here. And he's a rider, you know, huge talent, huge power output, but sometimes I ask his tactics, the way he rides, because when you give that effort he did there with his teammate Schachmann on the front, you know, you're going to pay for that. Where if you ride more intelligently, more tactic wise, you can stay in the front, just follow. And you know, he is a rider that could be in the breakaway today, but he just gives those huge efforts over, you know, over a time, and then it's kind of pretty much okay, I'm done, day over.
That was Stefan Kung trying to get Thibaut Pinot a little bit further up the road there to join Magnus Cort and Leonard Kemner. And one long line again. Oh, it might be day over if they're not careful here. Dearie me.
A long line, a small bubble, and another long line of riders suffering just to stay on the wheel. I don't want to get your hopes up, guys, but the way things are going, I think we could have another early dinner today. They're going so fast. I mean, yeah, I don't know how far ahead of the fastest schedule they were in the end at yesterday's stage into Longwy, but it must have been a big chunk of time.
I had an extra hour to get things done yesterday. It was amazing. I could get used to this. Of course, in serious terms, we quite like the long days of entertainment, though, too.
And this is where you have to be careful. You know, we can see now that, you know, there's a lot of racing being done. It's settled down a bit. And if you're a team that needs to be in the breakaway, you have to be extra careful here, because suddenly you get, you know, a group of maybe 5 guys, 7 guys out, and suddenly, you know, it just closes down on the front of the peloton, they just ride away, and then that is the break of the day. And after all the race and the aggressive racing they have done, sometimes, you know, the break does actually get away that bit easier when there's a little bit of a lull in the peloton and people start losing interest. Or this is not going to happen, you know, we're not going to be able to get into the breakaway. So this is the moment you have to be real careful. And sometimes, you know, we have this amazing speed at the start, the break does get away, and then the peloton just knocks it off totally. We could see a really slow day at any point when the break does manage to get away, if it does be allowed out.
One rider who has been loitering towards the front that we haven't mentioned yet, as far as I'm aware, is Chris Froome. wouldn't it be great to see him get into the breakaway for the Israel Premier Tech team today, 10 years on from his first ever Tour de France stage victory? He's not really put his nose into the wind just yet, but he's there or thereabouts. He's following the moves. He probably hasn't got the form to win the stage, but it'd be brilliant to see him in the breakaway.
Yeah, I defy anybody to look at the start list and look at which day it is. The symmetry in terms of the year and 10 years and a day, where we're going, and not hope that he's part of the race at some point. There was Simon Geschke, 7 years since he won his stage to Pralou, by the way.
That's quite interesting, Rob, that the Ineos Grenadiers rider there going after an attack of just 3 riders behind Simon Geschke. You know, in my head I was thinking that the team plan might well be, it looks like Filippo Ganna, by the way, might well be, if there's a group bigger than 10, we want somebody in it, or maybe even bigger than 12 or whatever it might be. But they're going after a small group again today, so that's good for us in terms of entertainment, and they clearly want to go out racing today.
Sending someone like Ganna up the road on a mountain stage, what is the plan then, Sean?
Another one, I don't have an answer. as it's been many the occasion in this race, what the plan is, what the tactic is, because you know, when you send a man out up the road here like Ganna with this finish here, it's not a case where you can use him in the end or anything like that. So it's one I'm also puzzled with.
Yeah, I'm slightly perplexed as well, just because, you know, if this is one of those days with a couple of high mountains and a really long valley road between a couple of them, you'd think to yourself, well, if Ganna gets himself over the top of this big climb in front, somebody can potentially come across to him and he can do his big power to enlarge the gap as much as he possibly can. We don't really have that terrain on which to do that today. A couple of third category climbs, but they're only about 3 kilometres long each. There's a long drag before the start of La Planche de Belleville, but I think it would be a huge risk for, you know, the teams with multiple GC riders still right up there to try and play that numbers card today. It just doesn't look to me like the terrain on which to do it.
Now they've got riders who've had good results here in the past. Of course, Ineos Grenadiers were the first winners here with Chris Froome, and then that yellow jersey for Brad Wiggins on the day. But of course, Geraint Thomas has been up there on this stage before, as has Adam Yates before he joined the team as well. There's the Farmers Tribute. What are we giving this, Jono? 6. Oh, there we go. Jono?
You see, I think 6 is quite stingy for that one. I'd definitely go in with a 7, 7.5 possibly, because there's a lot of movement of hay bales around, beautifully constructed, not a tall Wurzel Gummidge looking style couple there standing with their forks. So, yeah, that wouldn't give me nightmares.
I don't want any of that. We already had enough of those for Primož Roglič the last time we were here. Ahead of the race, we've now got Filippo Ganna. And with him is Simon Geschke. Ineos Grenadiers and Cofidis.
Geschke will be hating life at the moment.
He's not keen on taking a turn there for the moment. He's just happy to sit at the wheel, and we can see the way Ganna is just, you know, powering there. That power is like sitting behind a Kawasaki.
Well, Geske's presence leads us to mention it again. 14 years and counting for Cofidis. Sylvain Chavanel, their last Tour de France stage winner. Have to say, they've come with their best team in a long time and are well equipped to take a stage win this year, Cofidis. Martin, Geschke, Izagirre, Lafay, who won a stage at the Giro, of course, and there's Max Walscheid. Here's Tony Galopin, former yellow jersey wearer at the Tour. Back to get a few bidons. The bar is open now, as Ganna and Geschke continue to ride at the front. Just 14 seconds, however. Again, if there's an opportunity here for Geschke, they want the group to be bigger. That's the effort he was having to put in on his own. Maybe not as big as the effort it would take to come round Ganna and take the turn.
And then he sees Ganna after that big effort, and he says, oh, I better get in the wheel here quickly, because if I'm not immediately in the wheel, I'm going to get left behind.
Total Energy keen again. BNB Hotels tried with Pierre Rolland right at the start, but we haven't seen them trying in the last few little bits that have gone off the front. 19 seconds, this is the biggest gap we've had, I think, so far today. But Dan, you feel they need company?
Yeah, this one's not going to go too far up the road, I wouldn't have thought. If a group of 6, 7, 8 riders can get themselves away from the main peloton, they'll make their way across, and these two would eventually wait up for the bigger group to come across as well. But it's one of those things where once you've made this effort, you've got to press on and just hope that it's not the peloton that catches you, it's a smaller group of riders.
Could be a larger group of riders here, as there's a split of 1, 2, 3 wheel lengths. 300 metres to make up. Two riders up the road, 16 seconds. Simon Geschke and Philippe Pogacar, the world champion in the time trial. Geschke, a former Tour de France stage winner, although 7 years have passed since that moment at Pralou. Here's Wout van Aert back in the bunch, and the bunch still trying to sort itself out. Will there be a breakaway? Who will be in it? And how long is it going to take for that to happen? We've had plenty of racing so far. Almost 50 kilometres done, no breakaway. 130 remain. And time for me, Rob Hatch, to hand over to Colton Kirby for the next little while.
Thank you, Rob. Goodness me, it's been absolutely relentless. Looking at the ringmaster from yesterday, I don't think he was in control of any beasts apart from himself. It was just a remarkable performance, and one of those where he kind of went freestyle, I think, just followed his own ambitions. To what end? That's what we're asking ourselves. At the moment, he's quite happy, I think, to have the spotlight taken away from him just a little bit. Indeed, to go into other duties, and now it's servicing his own team. Thanks, Rob. We'll have Rob back a little later on, but for the time being, Sean, what a crazy race after a crazy day, and the madness has not stopped.
No, it hasn't stopped. We can see here on the front of the peloton still a lot of action. You know, B&B Hotels, Lotto, EFR wanting to, you know, try and get in the next move after our two leaders out on the road. And you know, sometimes when you have a stage the previous day, a real active start and a lot of racing to get into the breakaway, you know, the riders and the teams are thinking it's going to be the same today. You know, we have to get up there, we have to be involved, and I think that's what is happening here. There's a lot of teams really, you know, keen on getting into the breakaway, but this 50 kilometres, where has it went? It's just, you know, they're flying along again today as they were yesterday.
Well, there you go. There was a push on the backside there, as if to say, well, if you're not giving me a turn, I've had enough about this. And he handed over a bit of energy to say farewell there, Dan.
Yes, he's obviously been called back on the race radio by the Ineos Director Sportive to say this is going to be a lot of energy potentially you're using for not much gain. So he was clearly told something on the radio. Ganna's sat up, will be shortly caught by the main peloton, but we can be sure that the attacks have not stopped yet.
You know, I thought with two cards face up, as you will, it might have been that some other teams decided that this was worth a gamble, especially with two strong riders like Geschke and Ganna up the road. Send a couple up to join them, but it seems that the pace today, straight off the back of the pace yesterday, Dan, has probably neutralised a few.
I mean, there must be some legs that are really stinging today after what they went through on yesterday's stage. So fast for the entire day. You know, we're 7 days into this race. It's the 7th stage now, and that fatigue will start to set in. But there aren't many signs of it at the moment, are there?
No, I'm just wondering, actually, with these guys pinging out, seeing Ganna, thinking, oh, that's the break. Oh, no. There's another one. Did Geschke stop at the side of the road? No, he's still up there, Sean.
Yes, well, I think, you know, there is a lot of riders still feeling good. And the ones who came into this tour, you know, really in great shape, getting their timing right. And, you know, they're the ones who are fighting up here to try and get into the breakaway. But there's a lot of riders hanging on the rear of the peloton, had crashes, maybe not in form that, you know, they were hoping to be in. And they're the ones that are struggling. So you have, you know, a lot of riders on the rear of the peloton who are really under pressure here to follow. and just hoping that the breakaway will get away. But we have, 50 riders, 70 riders in the front of the peloton here, and in that 50, 70, there's a lot of them want to be in the breakaway of the day here. Others are following, just playing safe for their team leaders, for the GC standings. So there's a lot going on here, but it's not surprising that Ghana was pulled back there by his team director, because that was going to be a madness one. If they continued on out there for the next 15, 20, 25 kilometres, it's just burning energy for nothing, and it would be something the same. And I was talking to people yesterday in the bike world, and the question I asked, has the director of sport any control over some of the riders in the peloton at the moment?
It's true. Danny, we've often discussed the freewheeling nature of cycling. It's almost like we came out of COVID and there were so many coiled springs, weren't there, that strategy was put in the bin. And I sort of felt that way yesterday as well, with the way Van Aert just treated the day. It was almost like, I feel good, I'm just going to go for it, and bin the strategy or whatever there might be. Very loosely guided, I think you might say. But there's another argument, of course. If you feel good, go for it, and especially if you're someone like Tadej Pogacar, I guess, who did at the end. He kept his powder dry at least until that point, but then boom, he just decided to take it when he could, and that seems to be almost the mentality of so many riders, and it shreds our expectations regarding strategy sometimes.
It's great to watch, though, isn't it?
Wow,
I mean,
brilliant.
It's nice not to know exactly how things are going to pan out, and to be able to say, well, this will happen here, then this will happen here. We don't really know. All we know is that Pogacar will win at the end of it. It's just brilliant.
That way.
I love watching the start of a bike race where, looks like they might be stopping. I love watching the dynamics at the start of a stage like today, where a breakaway's got a really good chance of making it to the finish, because that there's going to be so many people that want to get up the road today, and therefore we'll have a lot of attacking before it finally settles down. But it looks like we might be getting to that point now.
I think this is a sense of relief, apart from anything else, for those who are now lined out across the road. Thank goodness. This is an acceptable mix that's gone up the road. Looks like Kenra's in here. He is with Schachmann. Askren's here. Aviti. Stegelnangen has also made it, the Norwegian. Geska, of course. Turns, Pedersen, Ciccone, Durbridge. This is strong. This is achievable by this breakaway. I know there's still 125 kilometres to go, but if this is acceptable, that, to my mind, is an accord, should we put it that way, between the main GC men who think, you know what, after yesterday, this looks good. Maybe there'll be 2 races today. Sean, what do you reckon?
Well, this is it, I think. We can see here the peloton has knocked it off. Yep. And, the power we have up there, they're riding at such a strong rate. And we can see the teams are represented. And if you're not a team who's represented in that breakaway, it's too late, because you're not going to be able to get across here now. The road is totally blocked, and a rider on his own here is going to be impossible to make it across.
Yep, the loneliness of the long-distance runner, and Michael Woods, who is one of the out-and-out favourites for today. Everyone's saying it's his kind of stage. Well, it's his kind of torture at the moment, I'm afraid, and it's not worked out for him. And if you had ambitions for today, Sean, and they were declared at breakfast, then this is the moment where you're going to have to eat some humble pie.
Well, if you're in the breakaway, of course,
that's
great.
fine.
But if you're not, well, it's a day where you probably have missed it. Although there's still action coming out here, and the call is going out to some of the teams that wanted to be in the breakaway, not have made it. They are going to try and do it here. Unless you get a group of riders forming together to ride really strong, it ain't going to be possible, because 40 seconds the advantage at the moment.
Michael Woods chasing, Magnus Cort chasing, of course. He thinking about some more mountains points, and of course more than he's been able to collect over all of the peaks that he has hoovered up. And here he is, resplendent in that jersey. A competition he leads, and valiantly so, but the vast majority, I think all of his points, were actually category 4, which only garnered 1 point on each one of those occasions. I may well be wrong with one of those. I'll double check in a moment. But yeah, it's a forlorn hope, I think. Michael Woods will be the most wounded by all of this, because he was being talking in round terms as somebody who could have expected an awful lot out of today. Before the race begins, it's the same with any Grand Tour, Dan. The principal riders, they mark out those stages where they would expect to go well, and when it doesn't quite work out for you just because of a momentary lapse, maybe he was just at the back of the pack at that particular moment. It's a real shame for them.
It is, and they'll be very upset, let's put it that way, that they've missed this breakaway, because they've been desperately trying to get into it, and this, I would say, is going to be a forlorn chase for both Mike Woods, who I think is still slightly ahead of Magnus Cort here. I understand it's about 15 seconds. Well, there we can see it's a bit more than that, 470 metres between Mike Woods and the front of the race. So the best placed on the general classification in our lead group as things stand is Max Schachmann of Bora Hansgrohe. He started the day at just 2 minutes and 7 seconds to Tadej Pogacar. The next best placed is his teammate, Leonard Kemner, at 3 minutes and 2 seconds. And you've got Dylan Teuns rolling through here in the red of Bahrain Victorious. He is at 3:10, but a quality group. Some significant teams have missed it, though, and I'm thinking in particular of Groupama FDJ. They were hovering about. You know, we've obviously seen that EF and Israel Premier Tech have missed it too, hence these two trying to chase on. But yeah, I'm surprised that Groupama didn't react a bit quicker to that.
They'll be disappointed, Sean. This was a Pinot day. It's the Saints' Day of St. Thibault. Hasn't really worked out.
No, it hasn't worked out, and you know, if you're the team that decides today we have to try and make the breakaway, you need the numbers, because it's been so active. And yeah, if you have a few riders who are struggling with this pace at the start, well then, you know, that limits your possibility of making the breakaway, because there's so much movement here today. And yeah, it's to make this one, you have to be really good shape. You have to, you know, to be, you know, the power. You have to be recovered well, all of that. And if you're a team, you can have as much briefing as you like before the start. But if you have a couple of guys with the big legs, as we say in cycling, well then it's going to be a difficult one to get into, because of it being so fast. And you know, this racing has been cruel in the first 50 kilometres.
Well, Dylan Teuns, of course, won on Place de Velfi in 2019. Beat Giulio Ciccone, and guess what? Ciccone's up here as well. There is a duo. I think a teammate is going to be a very useful thing, and someone like Max Schachmann is very useful to Lenny Kemner, possibly the other way round. I think Kemner would possibly be the choice for them today. Not sure. It's only a guess, and you know, quite frankly, we're kind of relying on guessing at the moment as to how things are going to pan out, because it's just been such bizarre racing on occasion. 41 seconds now. It was drifting very quickly, wasn't it, from 15 to 27 to 41, 42 now. And I feel for Magnus Cort and Michael Woods here. It's not a comfortable situation to be in, Dan, and they're just about to be absorbed by the looks of things.
They are, and there's another EF rider that's riding on the front of the main peloton, so they were obviously desperate to get into the breakaway today. They've missed it, and so it will be interesting to see whether they put a concerted chase in, not necessarily to bring it back, but to bring it close enough that one of their riders can bridge across to that front breakaway. Now, it's a risky strategy because it kind of opens things back out again. There'll be other teams and other riders who've also missed it who think, actually, I'll try and jump across as well. And before you know it, the whole thing's been brought back.
Yeah, I did notice as well. Is it Bettiol that's on the front on the radio saying, what would you like me to do now? It's like, if only you'd asked that the other day. Oh dear, let's have a look. Well, it's head down and heading for, I think, ignominy, really. A lot of teams have worked very hard for today, and some of them have lost out, and there's a bit of bitterness going around. When will realisation wash over them, Sean, that this is not worth the candle?
When the legs are totally dead.
Okay, fair enough.
And you know, you have lactators just bursting out through your muscles, and that's the time, because the director sportifs are calling here. We can see, you know, AG2 or Citroën, they are being called as well. And anybody wanted to be in the breakaway today, you know, they're getting an earful now from the GSs, and it's going to be a difficult one to rectify. And as Dan said, if there's a team who get to the front and really drive it on, 4 or 5 riders, or if there's another team join in with that team, well then there's a possibility, but I can't see it happening, because 53 seconds and the power we have up front here and the way they're riding, it looks like we have the breakaway of the day.
Well, who's going to be best placed to cope with the inclines at the end of the day? It's going to be a long reach out before we actually get there. it is, well, as you can see, our climbing today, we're actually going to be dealing with 2,526 metres of altitude gain. Now, today we're going to the Super Planche de Belles Filles. The Belles Filles, there's all kinds of rumours as to how that name came about, but basically it just means beautiful pines, as John will tell us in a short while, I'm certain. We're coming to him for his recipe as well. We'll also be coming to Adam fairly shortly. Average pace today, Sean, 49.53 kilometres per hour. That is quick.
Yes, it is quick, and you know, when you look at what we had yesterday in the stage and the previous day over the cobbles, which was a real killer of a day because it was, you know, such a nervous day, and, you know, physically and mentally, you know, that stress all that day on that stage, it just went on, you know, through the full stage. And then yesterday, you know, the difficult racing, the way they just race so hard, all of that is, you know, fatigue build up, and there's a lot of riders. We can see here on the rear of the peloton, those guys are saying, thank God that the breakaway has got away here and is slowing down a bit. And we can see Mathieu van der Poel here on the very rear. Those guys are going to be so happy. And yeah, when they turn a little bit and you can still see riders on the front, you say, what are they doing here trying to chase this one again when it's over a minute? But yeah, orders from the team directors, and, you know, there's still riders wanting to push on here. But unless we see an organised chase, the gap is going to go one way only, and that's out the way.
Yeah, I feel that. Time for a little Jean Talon, Maria. Was it a Petit Chateau? I'm not quite sure, John.
No, it's a Petit Chateau, the Chateau of Saint-Lucie. This one was built by the Viscount of Boulemont in 1876 as a wedding present for his future wife. It's rather beautiful. 3 stories high, slate roof, a couple of square towers.
Wedding ring would have done, but looking ahead of the course, and we have ourselves a breakaway. Thank heaven for that. It's been an awful long time coming. We have spent the best part of the first part of today, 50 kilometres or so, just absolutely wrestling the course. 60, in fact, 176.3. Indeed, our opening distance here. This sort of lack of Sean, almost sensibility at the beginning of the day is it's almost a heartbreaker and a spirit breaker for a lot of riders and mere mortals, I am certain. This will, of course, take us to 7 days of racing. I know we had a rest day, but essentially, in terms of stage count, we will have dealt with a week, and it's been punishing right from the very start, Sean.
Yes, well, all tours are punishing at the start. And our start in Denmark, of course, it could have been a much more difficult if we had the weather conditions that sometimes, you know, you can get even at this time of year, where the wind would be blowing, possibly wet conditions. I know we had a time trial which wasn't nice at all, you know, wet roads. But when you're out there on your own, well, then, you know, you just decide at what speed you go into the corners. There's always that risk. But on a road stage, and the 2 we had there, the weather conditions were perfect, so it wasn't as difficult as it could have been, but still it's been a very difficult start. You know, when we come back to France here, the racing they have been doing, and that is already building fatigue with some of the riders already suffering.
Well, Sean's going to go and get himself some snap. He'll be back with us a little bit later, and we welcome Adam Blythe into the booth as well. Just before we come to Adam, Dan, I don't know how much more of this I can take, quite frankly. There's only been one day we've managed to get to John for his recipes, for goodness sake. There's so much happening.
Hopefully another couple of weeks. You know, can get through to 2 weeks Sunday, please.
Oh. Let's have a little bit of a look back, shall we?
Well, 2019, when they went up, and it was Dylan Toynes on that occasion, who was out in the front of the course, coming home ahead of Giulio Ciccone. In the end, an 11-second advantage over the Trek Segafredo man. And then Sandro Maurice coming across the line in 3rd place, just over a minute down on Dylan Toynes. Geraint Thomas, Thibaut Pinot and Julien Alaphilippe leading the charge from the main GC contenders. Just behind them, it was Thomas who came across the line in 4th, with Thibaut Pinot 5th on that occasion. success, though, for this man, Dylan Toynes. And both Dylan Toynes and Giulio Ciccone, of course, are currently out there at the moment in the breakaway. A great day for Ciccone going into yellow back in 2019.
And we're going to be hearing from Ciccone in just a few moments' time as well. He's managed to get himself up and in the break. Could be a dramatic finish today. But with a gap already opened up to nearly 2 minutes in short order after the break was formed. And it suddenly kind of snapped, really. It was like an elastic twang. And all of a sudden, those who were trying to chase in had no chance, even very accomplished riders such as Woods and Magnus Cort. Let's hear from Ciccone, who's up here. He's got fond memories of it. Not a stage win, but went into yellow. He's here again.
Giulio, today, Blanche de Belleville, nice memories for you, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. I have nice memories of the climb. I'd like to do well today as well. I'm in a good condition. It's going to be difficult to be in the breakaway, though, because it's very flat at the start. So hard for a climber, but our intention is certainly to give it as good try as we can.
What's the plan for the team today?
We want to be in the breakaway and try and attack.
And what can you say about the Super Planche de Belleville? Your memories on the last part, it's crazy.
It's a really tough climb, especially that last ramp. The last 100 meters never seem to come to an end. So it seems that you're going to be at the finish, but then you can't see the finish.
It's interesting, actually. Everyone, of course, talks to the run to the line. They have stabilised the gravel, by the way. It is sort of naked, compressed, pounded limestone chalk between 450 meters to go and 250 meters to go. And after that, it has been stabilised just a little bit. It still looks granular and gravelly, but it is not that same chalk at that very, very last part, by the way. So there's a window of 200 meters where it looks very much dusty and Strada Bianchi-y, if that makes sense. No, it doesn't. 112.9 kilometers of the day. Finally, some settlement down, and these guys can kind of relax into the task at hand, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, they'll settle into a rhythm and a strong tempo at this point, and there's some real key people in the engine room up here, not least number 171 there, Mads Pedersen. He's got no chance of winning this stage, but his teammate, Giulio Ciccone, most certainly has. So he'll be just pushing on as much as he can to make sure that the gap's large enough to ensure that it'll be rider from the breakaway who has their success and their stage win today. There'll also be, you know, they're also only there for the stage win because Ciccone has lost a lot of time in the first 6 days of this race. So that could well be to his advantage because there'll be others, you know, aforementioned Schachmann, Kemner and a couple of the others that are up there on GC who might have that in the back of their mind, whereas for Ciccone it's all about taking the stage victory today. I've no idea what that Age 2R rider, Mikhail Schurel, and the Intermarché rider were trying to do. You're never going to bridge a gap of over a minute to a group of that size and that strength up front. If you're upset that you've missed it, you've just got to put your entire team on the front and drill it up to a point where you might be able to bridge the gap to get across to them, because it's just a completely fruitless effort trying to go as a two up. You know, you can try to keep the attacks going and hope that with the attacks continuing on behind, the gap starts to come down. But at that point, it was so established, and so many teams that have already got representation up here, or they're a GC team and they're happy with the situation. It just seemed a silly thing to do at that point.
It did, and in fact, they pulled for a comfort break, didn't they? And then, of course, Pogacar himself rode up to the front, and as soon as the yellow jersey decides to take a comfort break, everybody else does as well. So that particular verge, I would avoid it until the sun goes down, if you possibly can. Meanwhile, this man, hard to look by him for the last couple of days, and now we've got to look for him, Dan.
I can't wait to see what he's got left in the tank. Probably a lot. It's Wout van Aert, after all.
For sure. And, well, I'm just hoping that he has that destination green by the time we get to the Champs-Élysées in his mind. He's too useful, I think, to be allowed to go home for a rest, don't you think?
He's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Like I said earlier, I think yesterday was just his last day of freedom to do what he wanted to do, and what he wanted to do was cause himself pain, and with that, everybody else in the main peloton as well. It was a remarkable ride that he did yesterday.
Ably described by Tom Pidcock in terms that I couldn't possibly repeat without blushing anyway. You know, 2 minutes and 5 we've got at the moment, which means that in a couple of seconds, in fact, right now, our joint leader is Max Schachmann. In fact, he's just taken the lead by a second. You get the idea. 2 minutes and 7 down he was at the beginning of the day. Dylan Teuns in a good place as well, 3 minutes and 10. Just 8 seconds to the better of him is Lenny Kamna. Kamna or Schachmann today? If it gets gnarly towards the end, I guess we're going to have to see just which one of them is feeling the better at the end of it. I mean, in terms of team orders, they've got a great thing going here. They've got a teammate up with them. Pedersen and Ciccone have the same gift, and that could be a useful thing late on, Dan.
It can be, yes, and they're both quality riders, as we well know. Schachmann a double winner back-to-back of Paris-Nice. And Kemna has got a strong record over the last few years of finishing it off when he gets into a breakaway like today. So I think both of them are great options for Bora Hansgrohe. They'll be very, very pleased with how this has turned out, because they put a lot of effort into trying to get up the road. You know, the bigger guys in that team trying to help these climbers to make this move. And they've succeeded with not just one, but two very strong climbers. So they'll have big hopes at the end of this stage with the way things stand.
It is warming up. We're heading for 23 Celsius today, so it's not exactly blistering, but it will get much hotter deeper into this race, and some riders will be sustaining that worse than others, or better than others. There you are. It doesn't matter what you write on your top, I'm afraid. I don't know how much of that is information and how much of it is encouragement. I don't know. Words from his Aunt Maud.
Probably his palmarès.
Well, I would think
his best wins over the years. So he can just look down to his top tube and remind himself of how good he is.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, just a bit historic. He was hoping for more today. And those are the knees that, unfortunately, have let him down in the past. I hope they bounce nicely for him. Thibaut Pinot is a lovely guy, but just a bit fragile on occasion. And today he's not going to be able to show us his best either, by the looks of things. He's not in the break. Let's hear from Bradley Wiggins, shall we?
Yes, you join me here back in the peloton now. So that break has established itself. I saw before, actually, eventually when they did stop to have a wee, but there was a moment where they could have stopped for a wee earlier. Then there was a counter-attack, actually. And that's where I think Tadej Pogacar probably needs to... You know, he's a very young guy, but I think he can use his status now. He's got that status in the peloton, that respect from everyone. He's feared amongst a lot of people in this peloton. I think sometimes he just needs to use his stature a little bit more, stop en masse with his team for a wee, and that will neutralise the race. That will stop that counter-attack in here. And there are lots of riders coming back after this. I say most days there's a nervousness amongst the peloton. There's not that today. What there is today amongst this peloton, very quiet, is a focus. And that focus is, of course, lots of riders want to do their job for their team leaders. The team leaders all want to produce for their teammates. So there's a focus amongst this peloton today, a seriousness. Not too many riders willing to have a chat or just a smile or any sort of nod. They're all very focused on what they're doing and the job in hand, because, of course, it's not just about the leaders today. It's about the teammates that have got to support those leaders, really. So as much as there's an insecurity or a self-questioning...
Oh, we seem to have lost Brad, just in the middle of a chat about security. Oh, well, fantastically secure in themselves, I think you might say, is our breakaway. We're joined by Adam Blythe, who comes in. Adam, another breathless start today after a breathless day yesterday. What's going on?
Well, everyone wants to win a stage in the Tour de France, don't they, by the looks of things?
Fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just mentioning to Dan Lloyd there during Bradley's little piece to camera there that I'll be surprised, you know, if this is allowed to get away today to the finish, just with Schachmann in there. I think if they keep it at 2 minutes at the bottom of the final climb today, that will be within touching distance, I think, for Pogacar. Excuse me, and it wouldn't surprise me if Pogacar said to his team today, look, let's try and get another stage win. Why not? What we've got to lose? There's no difference letting it ride out to 4 minutes, then bringing it back to 2. So let's keep it at 2 minutes, and then let's just ride up that climb, and let's try and get the stage win and put a load of time into our GC rivals. Maybe.
Adam, you know, I'm absolutely with you. He's got a hard time at the moment, hasn't he, holding himself back? I think that's his problem. He's got fabulous legs. He feels like all the prep has gone absolutely perfectly. And if you've got the form, then you should be taking the time whenever it presents itself. And today might be one of those days, Adam.
I think it might be, yeah. I just think it's Pogacar. He loves winning bike races. That's what he does best. So why not go for another one today? Why not go and try and win the stage in the yellow jersey? Let's not forget, he said today in an interview that it's a real pleasure for him to ride Planche de Belfi in yellow. So there's obviously a little bit of excitement within him, maybe, that he's thinking, not only am I in the yellow jersey, this is where I technically won the Tour de France a couple of years ago. Let's try and win in the yellow jersey now, up Planche de Belfi as well.
Yeah, done it at a time trial, Dan. Why can't he do it on the road?
There's no reason at all that he can't do it on the road as well, as he's proven time and time again over the last few years. Now, anyone that follows me online will know that I've got a slight obsession with Pogacar's statistics, and it's just incredible. I think the one that surprises me most of any, and I haven't updated this for a little while, but when I looked back in March or April sometime, he's never ever pulled out of a stage race. Not
really?
Once. Through his junior days, through his under-23 days, which were brief because he turned pro at a young age, through his professional days, he's never had a crash or an illness bad enough to take him out of a stage race. It's that level of consistency which really is quite incredible.
Gosh, I'm just glad Robbie McEwen didn't say that.
Yes.
The camera will be panning straight back to a bush.
If you didn't join us, if you weren't with us from day one, Robbie has got into a habit of giving a commentator's kiss of death to a number of riders during the race.
Oh, dear. Oh, and the thing is, Dan, you never know when your form will drift from you as well. And even the great Tadej Pogacar, of course, and he's got it at the moment in bucket loads. He's clearly so far ahead of everybody else. He may as well use what he's got now, because he might not have it later in the race.
He might not, and in terms of his general career, there might come a point where he's not loving it as much as he does at the moment. I mean, it's clear for everybody to see right now that he's having fun. It's quite easy to have fun when you're that good, I would imagine. But there might come a point where years down the line, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, when he's still potentially still be in his 20s, where he looks out and it's raining and he's got 5 or 6 hours to do and he's not quite as motivated as he once was. But we're right in the middle of the Pogacar era right now. He can do anything at will, it seems.
Well, I said to Sean before we came to air, I said, when things are just going your way, Sean, do you ever start, I don't know, drifting a little bit in terms of your drive? I was talking to him about Paris-Nice, of course. He won it 7 times. I said, after 5, were you thinking, Pugh? He said, no, completely and utterly dialed in and hungry for yet more. And I guess that's the point. But the worry for everybody else, Adam, is that he's had an awful lot at such an early part of his career. Let's not forget he's still in the young riders classification, for goodness sake. When will it end? It's just phenomenal. It could be a hell of an era, this.
Could be, yeah. I mean, sky's the limit for him, isn't it? And let's not forget, the year after, I think it was Dan that was telling me this morning, that he'll also be in that young riders category next year as well. Yes. So, still really young. And I mean, you just, until another Pogacar comes along, if there ever is going to be another Pogacar, and despite injury and all the things that can happen, I think he'll be at the top of his game for quite a while.
Dan, you've always spoken about the numbers and how disappointed you were when you got your first numbers and realised that those numbers didn't really add up. But, you know, it draws in youngsters earlier, and then the greats have their careers extended by nutrition, training methods, and quite frankly, just experience, and the fact that, you know, there are those opportunities and belief now that riders can go on to have an extended career. It kind of it means that the career of Tadej Pogacar could be extraordinarily long, like never before, because he joined us so young.
Could well be. For me, it literally is just going to come down to desire and motivation on his part. It looks, from the last couple of years, like that's not going to run out particularly quickly. He's never really faced adversity, though, so that will be his first challenge. at some point you would imagine he will have a crash that's bad enough to have broken a bone, something to actually come back from, because it's been such smooth running for him from the moment he turned professional. The only pro stage race that he didn't finish inside the top 10 of was his first one, the Tour Down Under, when he was not just turned 19 the previous year. He was still 13th. He was still 13th in that race. But they're riding with clear intent, UAE Team Emirates, aren't they? This is not just riding tempo on the front. They're bringing the gap back down.
Do you remember what I said a couple of minutes ago about this?
We do, Adam.
Dan's looking at me like, yeah, I remember, I do.
Yeah. John, what have you got for us?
This is the Church of Notre-Dame de l'Assomption, or l'Église de la Nativité. Actually, no, it's a totally different church, the one that I was looking at. This is the Nativity one, but this was completed in 1876. Very distinctive turrets on all of the churches in this area. I'm not sure that I love them. They're slightly Germanic, but then this part of France belonged to Germany for many, many years, hence that fact.
I was about to say the same thing as well about the turrets around there. I've noticed that, John.
Well, Adam, would you like to take over?
No, I mean, I'll let you roll with it for a little bit. If I have any more input, I'll let you know, but I completely agree with what you mean.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
It is lunchtime, John. Should we have your recipe?
We can do the recipe if you'd like. I've gone for real simplicity today, just in honour of
toast.
the... Well, it is almost toast, but it's in honour of Thibaut Pinot's goats. I thought I'd better do a recipe which involves some goat's cheese. I am a massive fan of goat's cheese. I know there are people out there who think it's devil spawn, but I think that goat's cheese is delicious, especially French goat's cheese. And from this part of the world, in the Vosges, they make amazingly good goat's cheese. So it's simply I made my own bread for it to go on. That's the cooking part. A nice seeded bread I quite enjoy having goat's cheese on, and then once you've made the bread, which is a slightly arduous process which involves proving and then leaving to rise and all of these sorts of things, but actually at this time of year, again, with the balmy weather conditions that we're having all across Europe at the moment, your bread rises that much quicker and you can get into kneading it, which is a very satisfying thing. I think always if you're slightly irritated about anything at all, getting to knead some bread very quickly placates you. So I think it's wonderful. It's a wonderful way of just placating any irritation. So make sure that you've kneaded all your bread. Mix in a load of really good seed. I like to use things like poppy seed, sunflower, flaxseed and millet seed is especially good. And then once you've baked your bread, then you're just going to slice it off and then put your goat's cheese on top with a little bit of salt and pepper. And savoury is the herb that I really like to use on the top of goat's cheese. And then you just really pop it in the oven at around 170 for around 30 to 40 minutes. That's Celsius, the bread, sorry. Right, I'm going to go for Celsius, which is what I always go for. So you're putting your goat's cheese on the toast in the oven for 5 to 10 minutes. Well, then that's when it'll be ready. And I've suggested that you have it with some nice chilled champagne. Doot's champagne is my personal favourite, and that's my suggestion for the day.
I've always liked goat's cheese from when I was a kid.
And which particular type of goat's cheese did you like, Adam? Was there a local one that you used to have?
No, I was just getting in the kid goat about the joke about the goat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that was a dreadful gag. Absolutely dreadful.
Sorry about that.
I think save those for the studio if you don't mind.
I will do. Sorry about that. Thanks, everyone.
Well, from kneading bread, we've got a need for speed, quite clearly. From sorry about that as well. From UAE, who are chasing this down. At the moment, they're moderating the gap. And it's coming down to just above the 2-minute mark. And in fact, as we bounce to 2:07, it means that Pogacar is essentially back in the lead. Well, earlier on, we were talking about the pace, and we're also talking about the tech, the machinery that the riders are using, and the fact that speeds maybe have increased over the last few years, quite simply because the vehicles themselves are just spectacularly quick. The bikes here look magnificent. We're going to have a closer look at Tadej Pogacar's, I believe, right now.
This could very well be the fastest bike at the Tour de France this year because it's the bike of Tadej Pogacar. It's made by legendary Italian brand Colnago, who have had a formidable track record in professional racing, but incredibly, who had not won the Tour de France until Pogacar did the honours for the first time in 2020. Now, this is actually a bike that we know very little about. Unlike just about every other bike at the race this year, you can't currently buy one of these. It's known only as the Prototipo, which, although I confess I can't speak Italian, I believe translates roughly as prototype. You can see from looking at it, though, that there are visual similarities to Pogacar's usual race bike, his V3 RS. Made out of carbon fibre, of course. Really light frame, but not at the expense of aerodynamics. There are tubes that have been shaped to make this faster through the wind. And you notice here there's a big Richard Mille logo. Now, I hate to say it, he is not unfortunately making the handlebars and stems. He's just a team sponsor. That is Adeda Alanera. The gears are supplied by another legendary Italian brand, Campagnolo, who, unlike Colnago with their 2 Tour de France victories, have 43 to their name, the last of which, actually prior to Pogacar, was Vincenzo Nibali back in 2014. Pogacar is using their top-of-the-range, of course, super record group set. He's also got an SRM power meter on there, which records his incredible physical feats. Pogacar is also using hydraulic disc brakes, and there are no rim brake bikes here at the Tour de France. The team was still using them from time to time till relatively recently. The wheels on here are Campagnolo as well. They're Bora Ultra WTO 45s. There are, though, even lighter prototype wheels from Campagnolo loitering around in the team truck. All are fitted with ceramic bearings that spin pretty much indefinitely. The weight of this bike is 7.27 kilos, so pretty darn feathery. As to how it fares in the race this year, we're going to find out, but as we all know, there is a pretty good chance that this bike is going to rack up its first Tour de France victory before it's even been given a name.
Absolutely love it, and if you'd like to see more of that kind of content, then don't forget to head to the GCN app. And you can enjoy a spectacular amount of documentaries, tech insights, as well as the live racing, of course. It is just magnificent. Dan, it's never been better for cycling fans, the amount of content that we've got on offer right now.
I'm finding it hard to keep up with it all. What with the number of races that we have at the same time as well. Obviously, we've got the Giro Donne live for you on GCN Plus and Discovery Plus this week. And then the Tour de France Fan, which overlaps with this race by a single day. Although, that said, the Tour de France is almost the most simple part of the season because very few other races want to have theirs on at the time when the biggest race in the world is on as well. So there are other points in the year, as you well know, Carlton, where we have 5 or 6 races on a single day. At which point it can be hard to keep up with. But yeah, if you like your tech, we've got a YouTube channel, GCN Tech, where you can find all sorts of information about what you've just seen, Tadej Pogacar's prototype bike and many other things. But there's loads of stuff out there for any interest within cycling. And that's the great thing about cycling, isn't it? There's interest in fitness, in just riding your bike, in places to ride. But people love a bit of tech, is what we've learned over the last decade or so.
They certainly do. And that Colnago bike, I was looking at it and thinking, do you know what? If I had to put my name down for a Colnago, be a Master X-Lite, please. Bit of steel. That's what I'm after.
Well, if anyone from Colnago's listening.
Yes, please. Master X-Lite. I'd quite like it in the... it's got a flowery design at the moment in the blue and white. That'd be lovely. Oh, you can but dream. Yeah, they are beautiful, beautiful bikes, and some of them are almost sculptural works of art. And yeah, there are certain bike manufacturers, Adam, that they have such a history and such a craft about them that you can't help but get wistful when you just look at them.
I mean, yeah, I think I'm quite geeky on bikes. I love new tech that comes out on the bikes. Love looking how new bikes look. And we actually asked one of the team members what was the difference, because if you remember last year, Pogacar rode on rim brake bikes on one of the big high mountain days. Now, there's a big debate about rim brakes, disc brakes. Do we really need them, this, that and the other? But the only reason he rode rim brakes was because of the weight, and the new bike that he's on is pretty much down to that weight limit. So long gone for UAE are the rim brake bikes.
Even Chris Froome's got over to discs, and I think he was one of those, Dan, who said he never would.
No, and he actually put a video out start of last year, I think it was, where he still criticised them, much to the applause, I think, of a lot of rim brake fans out there who felt that they were being pushed by the manufacturers onto disc brake bikes. But I think if you ask 99% of the peloton which they would prefer to use, they would say disc brakes.
Well, it was Sean Kelly's shaking his head now.
Of the current peloton.
He can't speak because you've got a mouthful of crisps. It'll just go absolutely everywhere if he does say anything. So we'll leave him to it. Oh, look at this. Bit of an open plane today that we're dealing with, but a big old kick in the pants at the end, Adam.
I mean, there is a big old kick in the pants at the end. I mean, Super Planche de Belfi, what can we say about it? Finishes on gravel, 24%. It's going to be a good one. And the way me and Dan were just looking at each other, the way that UAE are riding, I think they are up for that stage win.
Well, I mean, yesterday, Pogacar in yellow. He likes the colour. These guys, they're going to have to go in the red to stop him. No, well. 95.8 kilometres to home. Decent surface today. What I did notice at the end of today's stage, Dan, is that they've stabilised some of the surface that we're going to have to deal with. There's 200 metres of pure chalk that we'll be dealing with. Kind of looks like that, ground down limestone. As Stagerlangen, I beg your pardon, Veikart, just heads back. Not quite sure what the issue is. But they've stabilised a lot of the very, the gnarly section of it right up to the line. Quite, just a little bit, nothing too serious.
No, sorry, I'm just trying to look at Stagerlangen. He's obviously been called back, should I say, from this breakaway, and we've seen how much of a concerted chase UAE are doing behind this breakaway. I was also just thinking what an emotional roller coaster the riders up the road have gone through. That sense of relief at making the breakaway, the prospect then of a potential yellow jersey or a stage win going through the minds of some of them. Then they hear what the gap's doing, coming down, and that UAE are chasing very hard. They must be like, what the hell?
Do you know what's really surprised me about today? That's the second rider we've seen being called back out of a breakaway out of the two big GC teams. And it's just, there must be a clear understanding in the meeting of what they want. And it is either, from what I can remember, go in the break or don't go in the break. And I'm surprised we've seen Stagerlangen getting in a break and being called back again. Surely it's, guys, we don't need to bring the breakaway. We need all the horsepower here. And it's almost the same with Ghani, you know. What are we doing? Are we going in the break alone? Are we not going in the break?
Strange one.
It's either in or you're out of it.
But yeah, going back to the surface at the end, Carlton, it's something they added in a little while ago, isn't it? The super part, which is essentially a gravel section towards the top. Are you saying that there's the gravel's... They've done something to the gravel at the top?
Yeah, between 450 to go and 250 to go, it's proper sort of unattended surface, apart from just being pounded down. And then after that, it looks to me like they have... I was looking at the beginning of the show. We had some sort of pre-shots where they were testing the camera angles, and it looks like they have... it looks pretty much like this grey surface that we're on right now. Like they put a light tar down and some gravel, so just to stabilise it a little bit. Because Sean Kelly and I were busy fretting. We got some very low shots of just how much loose stone there is, and some of it looked quite sharp, and the danger of punctures very, very late on is real. And so, yeah, I think they've moderated it a little bit. I noticed they haven't actually shown us.
They have done, Carlton, yeah. I spoke to Pete Burton this morning, our producer on the ground there, and it's basically like it's freshly laid concrete before they put the nice smooth tarmac over the top of it. So smoother than gravel, but not quite that silky smooth tarmac that the riders are riding on now.
Thanks, Adam. That's exactly what I've seen. So they have stabilised it a little bit then, Adam.
They definitely have, yeah, which will... It'll be nice for the riders that don't have to struggle up to the line on gravel, but I think that gravel and the gradient is going to make it still very, very difficult for the riders in those final 400 metres.
93.1, those of you who've been away, Vegard Stagerlangen has been called out of the break because there is a charge on at the moment, and here he is. He's been given a whole load of bottles to hand out on the way back. Now, this will be interesting. He's got to speed up in order to deliver these. There's a clean one, another one out of the pocket. I wonder where he'll probably get a nice fresh one from the cage, I imagine, for Pogacar. Hasn't actually gotten for the ones, the salty ones down the top just yet, but it's going to happen. Oh, the boss doesn't mind. Simple as that, Dan.
Yeah, they gave him the one from down his back. No, thanks. I'm okay.
Yeah, you're all right. In fact, there it is.
Straight bottle on the road, yeah.
He wants one from the cage. Simple as that. Yeah, minute and 44. They're on a charge here, Adam.
They are, yeah. I was just sort of signalling to Dan then what I've been thinking of. If we recall back to the Giro, we always had that sort of thing in our head with the tactics of what teams do sometimes, and it's almost that wearing down process of fatigue. Richie Port messaged Rob McEwen saying it's called fatigue, mate. And that might be exactly what UAE are doing now, straight out of that rest day into sort of 3 pretty hard days, especially yesterday, and that might be exactly what UAE are doing now with Pogacar. We know how good he is, we know how quickly he can recover, so maybe he's just saying, do you know what, let's go for the stage win and let's make the guys suffer for it. If we're going to go for the stage win, let's make it a hard day.
If you've got good legs, it's as simple as that. And Tadej Pogacar's ganders up, and I think if he's going to make it count, Dan, it may as well be now.
Yeah, strike whilst the iron's hot, as they say. He's clearly on fantastic form. He has got history from this time last year where he stamped his authority all over the race on stage 8, I think it was, wasn't it? Where he went to the end of that and basically had 3 minutes at least on all of his closest rivals on the general classification. And it looks like that's what he wants to try and do today. And I don't see it. It's not the terrain like we saw on stage 8 last year, where he went on the penultimate climb, I think it was, and just blitzed everybody off his wheel. But it is a Pogacar-style climb, that sort of 22, 23-minute flat-out effort. And I think he does want to stamp his authority in the race from what we're seeing here. I'm slightly surprised that they're putting the energy into it right now, but clearly he's feeling very good and is confident of winning today and putting a couple of GC rivals out of the picture completely, potentially.
Adam, it's when you place that energy on the table, as you will, if you're doing it as a poker analogy. And clearly, Pogacar earlier on, it was the wrong strategy for them. It wasn't quite working out. They just had to amend their ideas, Ineos Grenadiers. I notice they're tucked in here as well, just making sure that they're there when needed. But I guess moderating your strategy is very much part of the game here, and you have to be reactive as well as proactive, don't you?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think that there's obviously been, I said a minute ago, like riders being called out of the breakaway. That is in black and white terms. I'm sure for the likes of Filippo Ganna, they'll have said, you know, follow the moves. There's a big group going, you can get in. Brilliant. But he got into that sort of, well, there's just him and Simon Geschke, wasn't there? So they probably said it's a waste of energy doing that. But for me, it's just sometimes like the riders should have that clear tactic, and they definitely do within Ineos especially, of what the job is in hand. And it's the same with UAE, you know, like follow the big moves, but they've got the yellow jersey. For them, I don't think there is any need whatsoever for them to put a rider in the yellow jersey unless they want help later on along the climb. But I just don't think the climb's long enough for Pogacar to need that help from a rider in the breakaway if they were so to catch him. So, yeah, it's kind of a difficult one to answer, really, Carlton, in terms of what the riders were doing who went in the breakaway that got called back. I think I've hopefully explained it for Filippo Ganna.
Yeah, it was a bit of a lottery, though, wasn't it? I think that there were so many incarnations. I don't think many of the riders knew who was going to come with them, or indeed not. And when they found 2 up front, Ganna was clearly, or the team were clearly minded to call him back. I think he probably was quite relieved about it. Geschke stayed up there, and he's actually part of the break at the moment. There's been a little bit of criticism, or at least speculation, that Tadej Pogacar really hasn't got the team around him to support him when it comes to the peaky stuff. But he is so far ahead of the game, it seems, at the moment. He can kind of lean on them a little bit at times like this, Dan, and because he relies on nobody but himself, it seems, in the crucial moments.
At the crucial moments, but it's a bit of a display right now that UAE Team Emirates do have the strength to control breakaways. And we saw Brandon McNulty and Raphael Mike both do a brilliant job for him in the latter stages of an incredibly hard day yesterday. And we can look at those riders that were spat out the back in one of 2 ways. You can either think they didn't have the legs to keep up, that's a bit of a worry, or Pogacar said, I only need a couple of people around me towards the finish. The rest of you, save your legs, wait for tomorrow because I'm going to need you then again.
I kind of feel sorry for anyone who's around Tadej Pogacar within a team, because he shines so brightly. He's going to put everyone in the shade, isn't he?
We've got hope. We still have hope of a big fight in the general classification at this race, in particular with Vingegaard, who, let's not forget, did manage to put time into Pogacar on a climb last year. It had been annulled, that time gap, by the time they got to the stage finish, but there's hope there, and it's still very close. We'll obviously reassess at the end of today's stage, which is the first summit finish, the first true test of climbing form. But I have hope that there are a couple of riders that might surprise today. Vingegaard, I guess, wouldn't be a surprise. Vlasov, not a man that many people are talking about, but I think he's got a decent chance today too of sticking close to Pogacar.
Yes. Let's hear from Tadej Pogacar, who's thankfully speaking in English, which he does very well indeed. Here he comes.
How are you today with this beautiful jersey?
Yeah, it feels great to be in yellow, and especially on today's stage on Planche de Belleville. I'm super happy.
What's the plan today? Because we know that in the first mountain stage, a few times the GC riders want to win. For you today, it's important.
Yeah, it's a real big test for the tour, for the climbing part, and we will see how the legs are today. So far, there was no real mountains, and today it's yeah, we all know that it's brutal climb in the end. So I think today the things will be more settled.
Things will be more settled. Well, it couldn't have been less settled, to be honest, at the beginning of the day. Things have just calmed down a little as we come through Granges-sur-Vologne. I presume that's the river, which looks extraordinarily still today. And look at the tops of the trees, it is very calm. But it's kind of gives the lie, really, to how this day began. It was frantic, and I imagine it will be towards the end as well. Quick change for Brannan McNulty, just grabbing a bite while he has, and back from his lunch as well.
This is his head unit for his bike.
Oh, is that what it is? That's very crunchy.
Hope he doesn't eat it.
Extremely crunchy. Go right through in that will. I'm going to take a bow for a moment, for a while, and it's Rob Hatch. We welcome back into the commentary box, Rob.
Thank you, Colton. Yes, lovely to be back with you again. It is flying, isn't it, today? I thought it was all going to settle down, have a little bit of a siesta while the break went, but no chance. They're chasing it down. UAE obviously very interested in pulling Vego Stokkelong and back. Heading into the Vosges, as we can see. Beautiful.
It's not bad, is it? It's not bad, that.
Find a little lake, swimming day. Get your GCN Plus or Discovery Plus on. Beautiful. I probably wouldn't be trying to get up the Planche de Belleville today because it's a pretty horrific climb.
Yeah, it's a nice one though, isn't it? It's not the worst in the world. That's what gets me. It's not the longest, but it's always the damage that's done up there. Always amazed me with. Cause it's not a long climb, is it? It's only 7.5k, 8k.
Well, historically, we've not really had big time gaps actually. But it just, you've been up it, we've been up it. It's just horrible.
It is horrible. Yeah, it's very steep indeed. I think that's one of the things with it as well is when you watch on TV, the riders don't do it justice how steep it is. It's not the cameras as well, but it's the riders, how quickly they go up it. It just doesn't look like it can be that steep with the speeds they go up it. Some riders, not all, obviously.
I was going to say some make it look easy, others less so.
Yeah, definitely.
Cofidis making the break with Simon Gesquier. There's Guillaume Martin back in the bunch. Still at 2 minutes, 3 seconds. He'll be hoping to be involved, interested and performant later on. Just off the back for the minute. Maybe bike change time. But again, the average speed today is going to be right up there.
It's going to be a quick one, isn't it? We were just saying then, Rob, if, you know, we spoke in the Giro, we did the Giro together, talking about, and we heard these sort of stories and tactics of trying to fatigue other riders from certain teams, and I think that's what UAE are doing today. You know, a couple of hard days in there. Guillaume Martin onto his spare bike, maybe a puncture by the looks of things, but getting back on. But I think UAE are just trying to make it hard for the riders. The other riders within the peloton have just really, well, they've had a hard few days. Let's make this one hard as well. Pogacar's obviously flying, so as Dan said, strike while the iron is hot. Or
potential
iron while the iron is hot. Do a bit of ironing.
Take the creases out of the yellow jersey.
Exactly.
Well, they're that tight nowadays. I don't think there are any creases in the jerseys at the minute.
I'm not getting into that aero chat. We need Alex Dowsett here for that.
We just saw a moment ago yet another mechanical for UAE Emirates. Lost count of how many they've had over the last month or so.
Well, me and Dan had a chat this morning. Pogacar there, you can see him with the yellow stickers on that Colnago we just saw the information about. I was questioning, do you think that's a new bike, or do you just think it's stickers, new stickers they put on? Because it would be, not only has Pogacar got new shoes on today, he's also got a new skin suit, which will probably feel a bit different on the old undercarriage. And if he's got a new bike, we saw him adjusting his saddle height there. So there's a few things that, you know, new shoes on the 6th day of a stage race, I'd be very worried about changing them unless the cleat was just in a wrong place or something like that. Peter Sagan, little wink to camera. But yeah, if it was a new bike, new shoes, we've seen him adjusting his saddle height, you'd just almost want to stick to what is working, but he's so young that it probably doesn't affect him as much as it probably would this man.
Doesn't that depend all on the superstition and the mentality of each rider? Maybe he is so carefree and happy that he trusts everybody to get everything, you know, even the cleats on for him and things like that. I guess it's personal, that.
I think so. It's a difficult one to say. It is personal, but you'd want everything perfect. And even within that, Rob, is that you know what it's like riding a bike. People that have ridden a bike before, the shorts that they wear in every different brand of cycling shorts, and let's not forget that skin suit that he's got from the organisation will have a different chamois into his team skin suit. So, you know, it could be thicker, it could be just sit completely different, and that might make you sit differently on the bike. You sit differently on the bike, that affects the way that you might pedal, and the effects can go on, and if you're not comfortable and nailed in, there could be these little changes that you sort of have to put up with. They might not make much of a difference, but you never know. Basically, I'm just trying to speculate that Pogacar might just not be feeling great and all the others might be with a chance today. Fingers crossed.
We've got 2 weeks left yet, Adam. There's a long,
I know,
long
that's
way
the
to
worry.
go.
That's the worry, though, Rob. That's the worry.
I mean, he was incredible again yesterday. I put it to the guys this morning, but I haven't had a chance to chat to you yet. But it was once more like putting the PlayStation on and just playing PlayStation cycling.
Rob, we've said it during the classics. Diamonds in the legs, yeah? Every day, though. Diamonds in the legs.
And again?
No, he's enough. Yeah, he's just unbelievable. He's unbelievable.
There was a nice moment as well, because a lot of our viewers might not know that the man he beat into second place is one of his best mates. Michael Matthews and Tadej Pogacar, they hang around a lot, they train a lot. They spent time together off the bike because they both live down in Monte Carlo. And there were some wonderful, really friendly words put across to Tadej Pogacar by Michael Matthews yesterday as we reach Gérardmer. We stayed down here on a couple of the stages, actually, when we've been up to Planche des Belles Filles.
We have done, went for a run with Sean Kelly here once.
You get dropped?
No, I actually dropped him. I'm not afraid to admit it either. Dropped the king, left him behind, didn't even look back. Told him I'll see him later at the hotel. He came back half an hour later, knackered, sweating. He was a shell of a man.
I think we might have to have a VAR look at what happened on that run. They might say, you sure you didn't give him a little kick in the shins and run off?
Well,
I don't remember that one.
You're not supposed to be here yet.
You have upset my lunch.
Damn it. I thought you'd be a while yet and you weren't properly paying attention, but you are. Back to your lunch, Mr. Kelly.
There's curry everywhere now. He's upset.
Well, you might be able to judge that it is the calmest point in the stage so far. But it's certainly not calm, because we've got the chase on, and Vegard Starkelongen, the former national champion of Norway, is trying to break back a 10-man break. Tadej Pogacar must be very keen on winning the stage today. 10-man break that includes 2 riders who could take, in fact 3 riders who could take the yellow jersey off him. Kemna, Schachmann and Turns, all within just over 3 minutes. Primož Roglic on his way back to the peloton. I wonder how he's feeling. Dislocated shoulder the other day. Nasty crash and a bumped, bruised hip as well. But he's a warrior. And an interesting psychological moment for him today, returning to the Planche des Belles Filles for the first time since that day, the time trial. And if Roglic has dealt with things in his career, he's certainly dealt with that rather well, you think, certainly openly anyway. He's become excellent with the media, excellent at brushing things off. You just wonder if at some point there will be memories of it, Adam, going back.
Yeah, I think he's a phenomenal athlete, isn't he? And I think just he's very robust, isn't he? You know, even after that cobble stage, we saw him yesterday and in sprint, he's an absolute champion. And it's just sad that every time we get to see Roglic in the Tour de France, he just never seems to have the look that we all sort of want him to have. And yeah, he's just an amazing athlete, amazing rider. And I do hope that for the rest of this tour, he gets through without any problems and we get to see the best of Roglic, you know, fighting it out with whoever's in the front, whatever it might be, in whatever situation. But it's always good to watch chaos unfold in a bike race, isn't it? It's always good to watch crosswinds, riders that aren't up there. But ultimately, we like to see the best of the best of the best in the world fighting it out against each other. And it'd be great to see Roglic in the best condition possible to be able to do that.
Enric Mas from Movistar. They had their traditional red bands across their neckerchiefs on yesterday on the sign-in because it was San Fermin, the start of the local fiestas in Navarra, where the team comes from. Of course, I can understand those who aren't fans of that particular fiesta. I don't think I can join them either, given the bulls involved and things like that, but it's a fiesta that is part of the team's culture. Enric Mas, of course, not from that region. He's from the Balearic Islands, from the town of Arta, just down the road from Rafael Nadal, actually. Enric Mas, just around 20 kilometers or so away. Mikkel Biel, one of those athletes who was at home earlier on in the race. Worked hard in the last few days, the Dane. He might have plenty of more hard work to do on the front of the peloton should Tadej Pogacar keep the yellow jersey.
I think he will. I think he will. In my head, and I hope everyone can respond to it, but Tadej Pogacar today is going to try to go out and get as much time on his rivals as possible, win the stage, and just really open up his account in the Tour de France. I'm here, bring it on. We've got a long way to go, so in case I do have problems, I might have a little bit of a buffer. That's what I think. I hope it doesn't happen, and I hope there is a furious fight all the way to that finish line today, where we see riders attacking, people being dropped, getting back on, the drama, maybe a chain off and that person gets back on. Who knows? I just want the drama of it. I want it to be a close, tight race with lots of action.
Adam Blythe available for Hollywood script writing if anybody wants to get in touch.
At kilometre 1, you have to go off the front. Kilometre 2, you get brought back, then unclip, clip back in.
I see you've been starting on chapter 1 already.
Oh, chapter 1 is well on the way.
I think it might need some work.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Everybody's awake today, aren't they?
I mean, everyone's all ears, aren't they?
And you can understand why. We're heading to La Planche des Belles Filles. La Super Planche des Belles Filles. First, we're heading to the intermediate sprint, and there's the green jersey. Intermediate sprint coming up in 4 kilometers time for our breakaway, who are just under 2 minutes ahead of this peloton. Wout van Aert having a quick chat with Primož Roglic there. Van Aert, who has a more than comfortable lead as far as the points competition is concerned. So this is the situation in the bunch. Let's go into the bunch now with our very own Bradley Wiggins.
Yeah, the writing is really on the wall for this breakaway here. Obviously, one rider has dropped back there, that UAE Emirates guy. He had a problem with his bike, actually. I stopped at the side of the road, and I think with that, rather than have the chase back to here, because the gap is only, what, 2 minutes, maybe a little bit less, I think they decided to call all arms to the deck back there, and extra firepower in that chase, really, for today, because the writing is on the wall. This break will not go to the finish, and I think UAE are going to be content to get this now to the foot of that climb. If they don't get swamped by another team, this is the problem that most teams have today, particularly UAE, is they need to... I think that's why they're trying to keep this at 2 minutes, really, because they don't want to bring it back and start off a counter-attack again. But at the same time, they don't want it to go too far, because they want the speed to be high when they hit this last climb. Now, I think the problem they may face, or the challenge they may face, is they don't want to use too many bodies up back there, which is why they've dropped the rider back out the breakaway here, because they risk getting swamped, because the terrain is not that difficult before we hit the Planche de Belfi. They risk getting swamped by another team like Jumbo-Visma or anyone else, maybe Ineos, because this is a perfect climb for Ineos as well, and someone taking up basically a sprint lead out up this climb, because it is only 7 kilometers and teams just doing peel-off. So this is a difficult job that UAE have on their hands today, and of course, if that happens, Tadej Pogacar will duck and dive and use other teams. But lots to think about on the run into this climb here. We're just coming up to the sprint now, so I'll hand you back to the commentary team. I'm just going to check on some information, actually, with Jean-Michel Monin in the following car.
Thanks, Brad. We'll leave you to do that as we watch Tadej Pogacar's team look after him on the way into the intermediate sprint. Still one long line here. A couple of riders swapping off turns. They are Mikkel Bjerg and Vegard Starkelongen. And we go back to Caleb Ewan, sitting in the bunch today, just to tick off and get through today. 77 kilometers to go, approaching the intermediate sprint, and keeping our eyes as to whether Wout van Aert is going to come up the road and see what he can get in terms of points. Adam, a bit of a different approach today, because there's actually not that much on offer, given we've got 10 up in the breakaway.
I mean, he might just go up there for a little bit, roll through, but I don't think the other sprinters really going to even compete with it either. So if he does roll up towards the front for these points, it'll just be a simple case of just rolling through on the line. I don't think there'll be a big battle for very, very minor placing. So, yeah, I don't think he's too stressed about it. He's got a nice buffer.
Mathieu Burgodeau at the back, still trying to recover from injuries. Quinn Simmons in front of him, wearing 176.
He's
he was
trying
in the
to
breakaway
recover
yesterday.
He's trying to recover from sitting on Van Aert's wheel.
Well, a unique experience, wouldn't it? How was the day out with Wout van Aert?
Awful.
We just went through the sign there that said 5 kilometers to go to the start of our first classified climb of the day. Third cap. How must you be feeling here if you're Dylan Teuns, Leonard Kemna, Max Schachmann?
I mean, you'd be probably trying to will this breakaway on as much as you can. I mean, Ciccone, he's so good on this sort of terrain as well, isn't he? But it's the effort these guys have got to make to keep this breakaway away. A lot of this breakaway will be just thinking, just keep tapping away, and the way the riding is, they can't just drop back to the peloton now. So just keep doing what you have to do, but there's no point in a full 100% commitment where there'll be riders in this breakaway that are thinking, I could win the stage today, so I need to commit as much as possible. So I think they'll probably be annoyed at the fact that by the looks of things, UAE are not letting this go away. They want the stage win. They want Pogacar to do Pogacar things. We'll see what that will be, but yeah, I think if you're in this breakaway, it's not what we'd have expected it to be, let's say.
Coming into Gérardmer, where Lel Kadri won a stage back in 2014. And we just saw behind, as we come up to this sprint here, 10 riders going to mop up most of the points, but 5 lots of points still available. But we have a 61-point difference between Wout van Aert, who leads the green jersey competition, and Fabio Jakobsen, who is in second. And we just saw Wout van Aert actually being moved up to the front. Fabio Jakobsen was following him, so he might have a fight out for just the odd point. And given that they're down in what would be 11th place, the best available, there'd only be 1 point difference between them. So a chance maybe for Fabio Jakobsen to make it a 60-point difference instead of a 61-point difference. Every little helps, but there are 20 points in the meantime going for Mads Pedersen, and you can understand why he's gone for those, because, you know, you never know what's going to happen in a tour. He could end up being one of the last men standing.
This is also one of these great situations for Mads Pedersen. He's very capable of putting himself in this breakaway. That sort of sprinter that's very fast, a strong sprinter, I'll say, but a man that is also on his day. He can climb extremely well. And if he keeps doing this day after day, those points are just racking up in the background, where what I think might happen with Wout van Aert now is that he is on strict domestic duties. No need to go in the break, sit back. So that's why we might have seen him on those first 5 days go eyeballs out to get as many points as he could. And he didn't do too bad at that.
Well, Mads Pedersen has just moved up from 13th into 9th place in the green jersey classification. Just coming up to the sprint now with Steven Kruijswijk. And it's Jumbo-Visma who are right here at the front.
He's doing a Pozzovivo, leading him out.
It's the year of the sprinters turn lead-out men. Just behind is Christophe Laporte, who does the job properly. Miguel Marco just sitting a couple of wheels behind with Fabio Jakobsen. Twisting, turning, right turn, and they will see the finish line up ahead. Seneschal is up there trying to take a point or two as well. Jakobsen sitting on the wheel of Wout van Aert. Here we go. And it's launched from a long way back. It's Marco now on the right-hand side. Marco trying to see what he can take. Behind, Seneschal waits and leaves it. It's Laporte who's trying to come around Marco. Marco just trying to wonder if he can get whatever point he can. And well, what happened there? I mean, a good point to bring in Robbie McEwen, maybe.
Hello, Rob. G'day, Adam. And that was just the biggest anti-climax that I've seen in this tour. I heard Fabio Jakobsen lining himself up, Mercu with the long-range effort, and then Fabio just sits down and says, I'll just get last of this group across the line, in fact. Maybe he's had a sudden thought about the Cat 4, Cat 3 climb coming up.
I mean, for Mercu, you see him attacking there. He's a very clever rider. I absolutely love watching, but he's ultimately taking points off Jakobsen here if he won that sprint, which is not what they wanted. And then Jakobsen does not having the leg. He's gone, oh, no.
He doesn't try.
Yeah, I mean, out of all that, that's quite disappointing for Quick-Step. And Seneschal as well. What was he doing, just following and then sitting up? Anyway.
It's always good to have a spare.
Yeah.
Answers on a postcard.
They're having a laugh, look.
Those lads did it right. Well, I mean, different sports directing team for the third time already for Quick-Step Alpha Final in this car, given that Fitte Peters has gone home, as has Klaas Lodewijk. All the best to them suffering with coronavirus, but yeah, not their greatest moment, let's say.
I don't think it really matters who's in the car. It comes down to a decision on the road and how those guys want to do it. They obviously discussed some sort of plan. It went completely haywire in any case.
I mean, if that was the plan, I'm not sure that might have been the plan, but if that was, then they might need to rethink the plan.
That'll look good on Netflix.
There we go, can't wait for that.
Right then, let's look at some serious plans for GC teams today. Let's go and hear from Steve Cummings, new sports director at Ineos Grenadiers.
Steve, the next big challenge in the general classification in the fight for the yellow jersey, with the first mountain top finish today at La Super Planche de Belleville. Talk us through the general classification situation within the team. You're in a really strong position with 4 in the top 10.
No, exactly, yeah. It's not the hardest stage. It's obviously very steep climb, but the cumulative fatigue won't be there in the final because there's not so many climbs before. But nevertheless, position into the final climb will be really important. And then, as you say, we're in a good position with a lot of with numbers, and it's just about racing smart really, and also trying to keep as many numbers as we can on GC and not racing against one another really.
Bernardino had said the way to beat Pogacar in this tour is to form an alliance with another team. Have you had any conversations with any other teams or likes of Jumbo?
No. No. It's hard, isn't it? Normally the strongest rider wins the Tour de France. That's how it is. But yeah, there's so many things can happen. That it's all to play for, and we don't know he is the strongest yet, so we keep fighting every day. Today's an opportunity. It's not like definitive if he's the strongest or not. It's just another day where we try to fight all the way to the finish line, and just that's what we're going to do all the way to Paris.
Fighting here is Leonard Kemna, who's gone on the attack with Max Schachmann following him. Also up there is Luke Durbridge. Now then.
So, yeah, it's a long way out for that attack to start happening. I mean, they've got the numbers in that group with 10 in there. They've got Ciccone, they've got Dylan Teuns that all want to work together. So I can't help but think if these guys are doing this as a 3 rather than a 10, it's going to be more costly when they get onto the climb for maybe a very, very small benefit.
It would be, but I guess it's the right time to go when you're in a group of that size. It's never full effort. There's always people just feathering it, trying not to make the biggest efforts, and they figure, let's just go full gas from here. It's only 70k to go. Let's just have a crack.
Leonard Kemna, Max Schachmann and Luke Durbridge off the front of this 10-man group. The breakaway is breaking up, and we're heading to our first categorised climb of the day. Here it is, the Col de Grosse-Pierre, 3.1 kilometres long, 6.4% average. An interesting tactic, this.
A real surprise moment too, over the crest of that last little hill, but in fact even before they start on the climb proper. So it would have been an unexpected move and has enabled them to get that little gap. And you saw how hard they pushed on that little downhill through the corners. In fact, Luke Durbridge was even losing the wheel by about 10 metres. Had to really claw his way back into the wheels, and it's going to take the best efforts from the group behind to get themselves back across. Dylan Teuns, he's prepared to try and do it. But look at the gap up the road already in just a short space of time. This is to thin the group out.
Interesting as well. I mean, UAE are obviously riding for the stage win. As we see.
Surprise.
That is a big surprise. Giulio Ciccone going backwards first.
I mean, yeah, he's obviously... I think when Dan was saying this morning that he'd heard a lot of interviews from riders and they were saying that's one of the hardest stages they've had in a Tour de France for a long time. That could quite simply be why, you know, the fatigue. Mads Pedersen, we spoke about how good he is at climbing, but with Dylan Teuns, a winner on Planche de Belfi as well, chasing those 3 riders down. Mads Pedersen, Ciccone, both 2 Trek Segafredo's riders out the break.
And this was really to get rid of the dead wood, throw the passengers overboard.
And they were trying harder than most others, I think, to getting the break. How many times did we see Ciccone firing off the front earlier today?
Well, that'll add to it as well. The amount of times that you try on the front, it's obviously more chips off your rock, as I like to put it. You imagine a rock at the start of the stage, that's all your energy sources. The more you chip off of it, the less you have towards the final.
Imanol Erviti, one of the most experienced riders in the whole of the Tour de France. He's with Kesper Askren, the winner of the Ronde van Vlaanderen a couple of years ago. Dylan Teuns has gone to try and join them. In the meantime, it's still one long line behind.
Well, this really is a move to get the best of the best out of that break, and riders who are strong enough and will be committed to the cause, because they know with a 2-minute gap at the moment over the field led by UAE, the team of Tadej Pogacar, it is not enough. If they were to get to the foot of La Planche de Belfi with 2 minutes, it would not be enough. They would get caught. So they know they need to build it, and it wasn't going to happen in a group that size, where obviously there were riders who are not as strong, not as well recovered after 1 week of racing. You've just got to get rid of them. And as I said, it's a long-range move, but then again, it is only 70 kilometres to the finish. And it's not including the 7-kilometre ascent of the Super Planche de Belfi. Don't forget the Super part.
We won't forget the Super part, don't you worry. Those of us who've been up there, I don't think can forget it. It's steep.
This is a really clever attack. I think the tactic might have switched here for Bora a little bit. I think going into... They've obviously got the support in this Tour de France to concentrate fully on Vlasov. Now sending 2 riders in the breakaway. Very, very strong riders. Schachmann, we know he's won Paris-Nice. And I think they might have been trying to get themselves more back into that sort of GC battle a little bit, have strength in numbers. But now I think that's completely flicked and gone. we need to try and win the stage. This is it. Forget about the GC. Straight in for the stage win.
Yeah, I think you're right. Despite Schachmann being at 2 minutes and 7 and Kemna being at 3 minutes and 2, this is not a GC-based move by these two. It is a stage win-based move and trying to just get the best out of the race at every opportunity. They have protected Vlasov really well throughout this first week. They've done an enormous amount of work with the whole team to ride around him, but today is really a good opportunity to go for the stage win. And should they then get caught, I mean, remember what Leonard Kemna did for Jay Hindley in the Giro d'Italia. He got dropped from the front. He wasn't going to win the stage anymore, but he was crucial to how it all unravelled for Richard Carapaz on the slopes of the Fedaya, the Passo Marmolada, and he could do that sort of thing for Vlasov if he's good enough on the slopes of the Super de Planche de Belfi.
And if one of them does win the stage, naturally they would climb into the general classification as well anyway. So it's win-win, isn't it, if they're up there?
Yeah, and they become a threat in any case, even if it's not their plan to ride for GC. If they get in another break later, it does cause concern, and there's a chase as the reaction, which is maybe what they're trying to do. And it's that alliance that has sort of been created by the press more than anybody else. That's what teams need to be doing to try and wear down the UAE team, who this is the best they've looked so far throughout this whole tour. It's the most organised they've looked so far.
We were chatting about that as well, Rob. Sorry, but you know, with UAE in terms of when we watched the start of this race, we've often seen in the past the likes of Ineos, Jumbo-Visma trying to almost dictate the breakaway. They are happy with what it goes. When you watch what UAE does, they cleverly use those other teams to do that. They really let the other teams, the likes of Ineos and UAE and Bora, still control who goes in the breakaway, and they take a back seat until, you know, the other teams are almost happy with it, and then they go, right, thanks for that, guys, we're going to ride to the front now. So it's almost like you look around and they're forgotten almost, where if you flip that on its head and say, okay, UAE aren't towards the front enough, so let's start to play with them a little bit. Let's start shooting a couple of GC riders up the road a little bit, and let's see how they respond then. And of course there'll be a big rush from behind, but when you talk about an alliance, Robbie, that would be the perfect situation. Jumbo-Visma maybe with Roglic, you know, he's lost a bit of time now, so maybe he is the perfect guy to take advantage of that UAE sort of tactic that I think is happening, and maybe go up the road with Danny Martinez as well, maybe, and just, right, boom, now what? What are you going to do now?
And Bora Hansgrohe will be in a great position to do that, because they've got 4 riders within that 2-3 minutes as well. If these guys do it, they're even further up. So they have cards to play, and that's exactly how they did it with the Giro as well, with the likes of Kelderman, who was up there, Kemna for a while, then he did what he did on the last day. And it's working today, Robbie, because the gap's gone up to 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed to do. So it's really good execution of that. They have now been joined in the front, so that group has grown. Dylan Teuns has joined at the front. In fact, he's on the front driving the pace of the group.
Well, also up there is Luke Durbridge and Simon Geschke.
Yeah, Geschke was the other man, number 73 from Cofidis.
And here he goes for the King of the Mountains points. I don't think they're too interested in that behind, so he will take them. Of course, this is a 3rd category climb, so there'll be just a couple of points available at the top. But his challenge is often underway. Always thought it might be a good position and competition for him to have a go at this, actually, the King of the Mountains one.
He's very consistent in getting himself into breaks in the mountain stages. He's a guy who seems to recover really well after a long day in the mountains in a break, and he's able to pop himself in. He's got good instinct for finding the break, but today he's ridden really aggressively right from early on. He was one of the first riders up the road. He was up the road originally with Filippo Ganna.
2:36 and growing. In the meantime, it's still the full team at the front for UAE Emirates. Movistar not too far behind them. Ineos Grenadiers alongside those remaining from Bora Hansgrohe. 68 Ks to go. The race situation changing. Let's go and get some reaction then from Bradley.
You join me just in front of the peloton here, just as you see UAE riding on the front here with Tadej Pogacar. Just picking up on something, actually, that Adam Blythe said earlier in commentary about Tadej Pogacar and his new shoes, and, of course, wearing the yellow jersey skin suit today that is supplied by the race organisation, which is made by Santini. I had a quick chat with Jean-Michel Monin, sat in the lead car today, and I asked him whether there would have been a plan for the chamois to be fitted into the skin suits as the riders took yellow jersey. He wasn't sure about UAE, but one thing he did tell me was that Jumbo-Visma at the start of this race gave him a whole bunch of chamois to fit into skin suits, so that when they took the yellow jersey, they had a skin suit that had their own chamois in from their own brand that make their kit. He's finding out about UAE, but he wasn't sure whether UAE had actually done that or not. So quite interesting there that Tadej's riding a stock skin suit today with a stock chamois, but they might, at this point now, with a view that they may be leading this race for the next 2 weeks, plan to give them some chamois. But Lotto Jumbo, that shows the preparation that's gone into this race and how prepared they were to take the yellow jersey, and how maybe they thought that they would end up with the yellow jersey and that they wanted those skin suits. So just a little bit of information there to pick up on what Adam Blythe said earlier.
Thanks, Brad. That's really interesting, and it just goes to show the detail to the nth degree to which a lot of these teams think. And I mean, my reaction off that is one of surprise that UAE might not have done the same, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, Pogacar's a young kid, isn't he? And he's probably just that sort of get-up-and-go character where he's not affected by that too much. But as I said at the start of the show, saw him changing his saddle height. He's on a bike now with yellow stickers on. Are they decal stickers? Are they just replace the white ones? Or is it a whole new bike? He's got new shoes on today. New chamois on, maybe. There's all these little things. I know for myself personally, I'd be quite uncomfortable starting the day with new shoes, a new chamois that I've not ridden in before. Even a chamois that you've used sort of 2-3 times gets sort of bedded in a little bit, softens up. So for me, I think it might make a little bit of a difference. Robbie, I don't know about you, but Pogacar's such a young kid. He's very versatile, isn't he? So I'm sure if they've not done that, they probably wouldn't think it would affect him so much.
Yeah, and just 1 point for any new viewers. The chamois is the padding in the shorts that goes down there that you sit on, the contact point, let's say. 65 Ks to go over the top. And Robbie, they put about 45 to 50 seconds into the peloton on just that 3-kilometre climb there.
You could see that the pace in the peloton was not really a chase pace, but a tempo setting, try and just hold the break more or less where it is. But they're getting the signal now that the gap is going up, and they may need to lift the intensity if the plan was to keep it at around 2 minutes. But where also the guys off the front now in that break away from the break will have an advantage or an opportunity to put more time on the peloton is taking a few risks on the downhills, because we always hear of the directors in the team cars to their riders in the peloton, if they're trying to guide their general classification, hope is no risks, take it nice and easy this downhill, this corner's a little bit dangerous or could be a little bit tricky. So they're not taking the risk. Where the riders in the break, they can just throw caution to the wind. And we saw initially when Schachmann and Kemner went away, how they went down that first little downhill. And just seeing the body language of Dylan Teuns as well, they are going for it. It's a free opportunity to just grab a few more seconds, just taking that little bit more risk, letting it all hang out.
I think that's it as well for positioning as well, Rob, at the top of this climb. Now, we've seen how vital it is for positioning. We can see that this is quite a wide road, but as Robbie said, the breakaway, just diving into the corners, that little bit more, less caution, later breaking into it. But this is a good chance now as well for UAE. Take a few more risks. They're on the front. You can push the tempo a bit. The peloton will be lined out. If there's someone back there that's a bit further back, they'll have to do extra sprints, extra efforts. Let's not forget, Planche de Belfi is not a climb where you settle into. It's a climb where you have to stop, start, make a bigger effort, a smaller effort. You, as Dan said, and Bradley Wiggins as well, you can never really get into a rhythm. It's stop, start, it changes all the time, and for these little efforts that you have to make before that, they will start to wear you down when you get onto Planche de Belfi. Sorry, Robbie.
Just talking about the speed of the descent, how UAE are riding, it's an opportunity to put pressure on, and I'm sure Pogacar is completely comfortable with that. He's a very good bike handler, he's a very good descender. He's also got to be careful that his teammates don't try to push it too hard and bring themselves undone. You could suddenly find yourself without a key domestique by taking too much risk at the wrong moment in the race. I mean, we've seen it before. Last year, was it Brandon McNulty who was one of their riders, came off, looked over his shoulder on a descent and took himself off the road?
Might have been, yeah. I can't recall it, but yeah.
It was in the wet.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember exactly who it was. I don't want to stick it on Brandon McNulty unnecessarily. It was one of their riders who looked over his shoulder and went straight off the edge. It'll come back to me, or someone will tell me on Twitter. Go ahead, Twitterverse, do your thing. But so it is an opportunity to push things on and even maybe force a mistake, but not at this point in the race. But you're talking about wide roads there just before, Adam. That's something to think about as we come into the foot of this final climb. it's quite wide and gradually uphill, false flat, but then the start of the climb is really, really narrow, and the race is going to be so intense to get position, quite like a bunch sprint to the bottom of the climb.
Yeah, that road towards the climb, I think it's 9k at 3%, something like that. So it's not going to be easy at all, especially as just Robbie alluded to there, Robbie, that climb up to it, that drag before you get to the climb, the downhill before you get into Planche de Belleville. You just think how quickly the positioning is going to be essential for the riders to make sure they're in a good position. Not only that, they've got to do that uphill, and then they have to fight to go down a hill, the risk on the downhill, the left, right, up, down, all that kind of stuff will just add to stress, force people to make mistakes with desperation to be in the right place. So from 20 k's out, it is going to be frantic leading into the bottom of this climb.
Yeah, the roads narrow, don't they? It almost feels like you're riding to the middle of nowhere when you're going to La Planche des Belles Filles. It's quite an isolated place. Just over 61.2 kilometres until the finish line. And another few seconds eked out there, as you gentlemen were both forecasting. 2:42 now. Fascinating race again today. We've had almost 120 kilometres of racing. Didn't have a breakaway for 60 odd of those. And then the break that form was pegged back before the dead wood was shed. And we now have some superstar riders at the front of the Tour de France. We have Leonard Kemner and Max Schachmann, both at 3:02 and 2:07 respectively from the yellow jersey. Dylan Teuns, who won this very stage 3 years ago, he's at 3:10. Then you've got the time trialist Turbo Durbo. The Luke Durbridge is there for Bike Exchange, as well as Simon Geschke, the former Tour de France stage winner as well. Well, 60 kilometres to go. Adam, we're going to say goodbye to you. You're off to get up in the early breakaway yourself.
I am indeed off to watch this race with a keen eye and see what happens. I'll leave it in the lovely, capable hands of you two. Enjoy.
Thanks, Adam. Look forward to hearing you with Dan and Orla. Robbie will always, as always, be joining you later on as well. Talking of Adam, I think something he did earlier for us is about to appear on screen as well.
Yeah, well, he's just taken off out of here at a great rate of knots. He's got his running shoes on. He's flown out the door. It was like when the peloton come past you when you're spectating roadside, you get that big rush of air. That's what just happened as Adam ran out. So I'd say he's already in there.
Well, maybe he's doing it live
standing
for
by.
us. Yeah. I thought it was a sort of a blue pizza style. It's one we made earlier.
They call him One Take Blythe.
He's a natural. So off he's been into the phone box. Super Adam Blythe, here we go.
Right, here we go. It's Planche de Belleville Day, the first summit finish of this year's Tour de France. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to see the mountain goats appear from the depths of the peloton. We've not seen them shine so far, so I cannot wait for it. You can see behind me the map here. Gradients not too steep. There's long parts of this climb which are around 11%. That's going to be the challenging part for the climbers. Apart from that, average of 8.7%, just under 9%. So it's not the hardest climb in the world, but these sections make it very difficult. And the one in particular makes it super difficult, that bit at the top there. 24%. That is just before the finish, so it's going to be super hard for these guys, and on gravel. Now, if we compare that to the man Wout van Aert, who we saw a couple of days ago now on stage 4, the climb that he attacked on, we can see behind me here, that was 900 metres with an average gradient of 7%, so not too difficult really, but his attack was devastating. We can see here, split the peloton up. The riders behind him, he dropped Vingegaard, Adam Yates. These guys are going to be there today, but they are going to be riding it so differently. They're not going to have the likes of that man, Wout van Aert, there. It's a completely different beast, and it is going to have a different effect on the race to what Wout van Aert did. Now, if I get my old mate Clive back, we can see here he's on 0% gradient. Now, if we look at that climb in terms of gradient, that was an average of 7%. Clive is going to ramp up to 7%. That's not too difficult. We compare that to Planche de Belleville, which is an average gradient of just under 9%. That's what that looks like. The longer section of Planche de Belleville, obviously 11%, that's what I mentioned before, but this is the one. Right, Clive, you ready, pal? We're going to have to ramp this up, 24%. It is difficult. I mean, look how he's riding. He's like, oh, trying to give it a real go. The rides are going to be like that today. Very, very difficult indeed. The likes of David Gaudu, Pogacar, you can't rule him out. Vingegaard, they're all going to be there today. I'm not sure who's going to win today, but I cannot wait to find out.
I can't wait to find out where Clive's going to finish on the GC as well. He looked like he was going all right up them hills.
Yeah, I think Clive, he's going to have his hands full beating Jeff, who Adam's always mentioned a few times in the breakaway. So these are just names we use instead of using someone's real name. You may also notice that, I mean, it did look extremely steep on that graphic. It may be taking a little bit of poetic license, but you get the idea. And even though some people might think that graphic's slightly over-exaggerated, when you ride Super Planche de Belleville, it feels way steeper than that. It is a beast. Only 7 kilometres.
3 years ago, and that was odd enough.
You almost need, you know, those shoes they use to climb ice cliffs on you know, get to the top of Everest, dig your toes into the gravel with the spikes on. Use a ladder.
Producer Dog tells me that when you drive up it in the Tour, it smells of burnt-out clutches.
Yes.
Another idea for
yes,
you.
It does. It does. I've smelt plenty of that over the years, and the position I've been riding in the hills, you smell plenty of burnt brakes from the previous descent, and plenty of burning clutches when they used to drive the old manuals. Now they're not, of course, and well, it's going to get even better as we get more and more electric vehicles. Because I also used to ride a lot in the exhaust fumes. Not very helpful.
Yeah, I would imagine that is, well, we often talk about cycling being green, and I think we should be the first to admit that this sport, you know, a lot of us, unfortunately, have contributed to the fact that it's not the greenest event, is it, when you're taking a fleet of cars and buses around and things like that. There's a lot that pro cycling could do to improve its carbon footprint, or at least reduce it and improve its impact upon the environment.
I think as infrastructure improves, that will be a definite go-to. You know, you're going to need, for this many vehicles that accompany the Tour, and they try to keep it as limited as possible. There's still a lot. Having the infrastructure to be able to take on all the charging requirements is a whole nother story. So it's not feasible just yet, but hopefully in the not too distant future it will be.
Emmanuel Erviti and Cyril Bart haven't given up the ghost yet. They might just come into shot now. They're said to be at 12 seconds. There they briefly were. And this is their viewpoint, I think. Erviti's a real fighter, isn't he? He's been around for a long, long time, the Spaniard. He's actually a home rider for their team. He is from Pamplona, where they're based in Navarra. 3 wins, 2 of them coming at the Vuelta a España. And he is 38 years of age now. Another uncategorized climb is upon us. After that, we'll head down to the Col de Croix, the third cat of the day. There's Wout van Aert in the green jersey on full domestic duty today. We're in Cornimont. Jonathan.
Hi, Rob. Sorry, I've just been sitting reading about. We're heading to Le Mesnil, which is where the village of Clément Noël, who was the Olympic slalom champion at last year's Winter Olympic Games. I was just reading about him. Cornimont. This is we're now in the Moselotte Valley between La Bresse and Saint-Luxer-sur-Moselotte. Legend has it that the village of Cornimont got its name from a bull's horn lost by Charlemagne whilst he was hunting. The village dating back to the 10th century, and this whole region renowned for textiles. We started out yesterday when we went through Sedan, which was very famous for its textiles. Now we come down into the Lorraine, all very famous for the textile industry through here. And this was a village that had many textile factories originally. It's also the birthplace of Christophe Mengin, who competed in 11 tours between 95 and 2006, and he won a stage in 1997 into Fribourg in Germany.
And I remember it, I was there. But Christophe Mengin, almost won a stage in today's start town, Nancy, in 2005, and he crashed in the final right-hander in the wet. Then the peloton came in and pretty much everyone fell off there as well. The only man to get through the corner was on the chase behind Monjean from Fassa Bortolo, the Italian. Name's gone.
You're going to have to look it up, aren't you?
Good story, Robbie.
Go on, look it up and finish it for us.
The easy thing's to look it up. I just want to try and make my brain work and remember it.
Right, then we'll give you a couple of minutes to get your brain working.
Yep, great story, Robbie. Well done. Anyway,
well, up until that point, it was an amazing story.
Yeah,
it really was.
Wait for the punchline. Anyway, the punchline was that he went upside down in the corner and didn't end up winning the stage, but at least he won one in the Tour, and he's a great rider.
Well, nice to know. And we will find out exactly who won it in a moment, I promise. I can see Robbie beavering away there.
I'm just banging my head on the desk. I don't know if you can hear that.
Lorenzo Bonucci.
Lorenzo Bonucci. I knew it started with an L, his first name, but that's as far as I got.
That's the encyclopedic knowledge of Jonathan Harris Bash for you.
Quick on the keyboard.
That's all I was going to say. I'm quick on the keyboard. Definitely not the encyclopedic knowledge.
These two have put in a real good fight. They're on this uncategorized climb at the minute. They're not too far from the top of it. But Bart, the Frenchman, Herbiti, the Spaniard, are just a few hard pedal strokes from making it 7 up in the break again, as Askreen behind has been caught. Just over 52 kilometres remain of stage 7 of the Tour de France, our first summit finish of the year. Tadej Pogacar is already in the yellow jersey before we've got to the serious mountains. Today we have Kemna, Schachmann, Geske, Turns and Durbridge. 5 survivors from an original 10-man break that took quite a while to go. Herbiti and Bart are about to join them. And at the minute, Marc Schachmann is the virtual yellow jersey, the virtual leader of this Tour de France. And Robbie McEwen, we still have UAE chasing behind. Obviously, very, very set on trying to win the stage today.
It looks very much like it, that it's a move by that team to completely control the race and set up Tadej Pogacar for the win, because I think this is a really good opportunity for him to extend the buffer he's got in the lead of this race. It's a climb where teamwork is not going to matter anymore. The gradients are so steep. There's no physical advantage in pacing someone. It's nothing more than a psychological help, if that. But if you're struggling to follow a teammate, it's probably a psychological blow as much as anything. I just think the length of the climb, the steep gradients, that it's right up Pogacar's alley to go on the attack and put time into everyone. A lot of people are talking about, there's multiple riders from Ineos, and Roglic can go from Jumbo. I think as soon as somebody throws a punch, as it were, there's going to be a big counter punch from Tadej Pogacar. And I spoke about it in the pre-show on the breakaway, that Pogacar, I think on this climb, can play Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope. Let them do their thing. Let them use everything they think they've got. And then there comes the big counter and the knockout.
Won't have too far to find out. And, this is agonising for Bart and Herbiti. They were almost there. They thought they got there. They might still. But as they get to the litter zone, they've still got work to do.
Oh, they're there. They're as good as there. Good job by those two to make it across, because, it's been quite the long chase. It's 20k since that attack happened by the Bora Hansgrohe riders.
And look at these two in the breakaway and struggling off the back of the bunch, Askreen and Ciccone, with 50k's to go. Marco sitting at the back here. Berrichon just in front of him. And you were right, Robbie. They are there. A little bit of a descent now into the Col des Croix, which is our second and penultimate categorized climb of the day.
Well, they can be quite horrible, those uncategorized climbs, the ones you get for free. no points available, but they certainly hurt the legs. Just ask Erviti and Bart the effort that it took them to get across. But as we just saw from Kasper Asgreen and Giulio Ciccone, out of the break, straight through the peloton and out the back of it to car past the Station de Ski de Ventran.
Slopes nice and green at this time of year. Snow melted a while ago. They've had the sunshine on them. And with 50 Ks to go, time to welcome back some royalty. Afternoon, the King.
Yes, good afternoon all. What a day. What an exciting stage. And it's going on. It's going to be exciting to the very end.
How's the morale? And what's the reception going to be like for Adam Blythe the next time you see him in person?
Well, I'll have to get him out running and put him to a test, because I do not have any recollection of him dropping me.
Well, he was out for a run yesterday afternoon, so maybe today's the day to get him out there. 2 in a row. I'm not sure if he's up to it. But I saw him out there yesterday in Richmond Park. I got my bike yesterday from Trek that they supplied me. I went and picked it up in Battersea. Took on a segment of the Commuter Cup between Battersea and Richmond in my jeans and flat shoes. Back to the hotel, quick change and rode around Richmond Park, and I just started in the park, and then I saw a figure I thought I recognised standing on the left, Instagramming. It was Adam out for a run. He was still about a kilometre from getting back to the end of his run and back to the hotel. But he'd given himself a hard time.
So today is the day to get him.
Yep.
We'll keep an eye on that. Maybe Bora Hansgrohe think today's the day to get Tadej Pogacar. They're going to have to be very, very good if that's the case, because UAE are riding as if Pogacar is feeling like $1 million again. They're riding well. What's your take, Sean, on the
Sorry,
what
I just think he's
happened
worth. I think it's more than $1 million now, Rob.
Just a few
in today's money.
Yes, can't imagine that he's one of the more poorly paid riders out there. Back to serious matters. And Sean, this sort of breaking up happened whilst you were having your lunch there. I know you're keeping a keen eye on things. What's your take on Kemna, Schachmann, turns, etc., just extending that? They've got 3:08 now, and it looks as though Schachmann is the virtual leader on the road.
Yes, well, they are putting in a great performance, and you know, the ones we have out front, you know, fair play to them. They haven't given up at all, considering UAE has taken up the chase very early and, you know, not allowed them to get an easy gap. They've had to work for it, and they have to work on the double because the gap was coming down. So they are doing a great job out there, and it looks like, you know, they're going to put it up to them right the way to the final climb. Will it be enough after the effort out there? That's always the question. And, you know, when you look at the riders you have got there, Schachmann and Kemna, and a number of others, when you do that ride out in front, to keep it on a climb, to keep it going, have the energy to do it, it always takes an exceptional performance on the day. But there is the riders up there who are capable of doing that. Ciccone is the one I'm very disappointed with him, because, you know, they did a great job within the Trek Segafredo team, and Pedersen worked his butt off to get in there, and yeah, now he's thrown the head.
Giulio Ciccone, the big surprise, dropping out of that group. Sean alluding to that, and it is a quality group at the front. There are 7 riders in the breakaways. We take a look at Roglic here, going back for some ice. He's with Tischbenot, on his way now back to the peloton. But out of that group of 7 riders at the front, we have 5 Grand Tour stage winners. We have riders who've worn leaders' jerseys. We have a rider in Leonard Kemna who helped shape the Giro d'Italia with his final few meaningful pedal strokes. We have some real talent, and the gap is continuing to grow here. It's at 3 minutes and 13 seconds. And Sean, that's the biggest gap they've had all day.
Yes, and you know, we can see the way they're riding here on the front of the peloton. The UAE team members, they're really pushing on, and they're putting a great performance. And out front, they have to work, as I said, really hard, and you know, it's looking a bit better. But it'll depend in the next, 20, 25 kilometres what the adventure will be, and especially when they get to the bottom of Planche de Belleville. It's a real killer of a climb, but it's not a long one. So, the time you can make up, it's not like where it's going to be a 15-plus kilometre climb. You could make up a lot of time on a one like that. But just going back to Ciccone, when he got dropped there, a rider of his talent, you'd expect him to be able to cling on even on a bad day, get to the final climb. And if you haven't got it on Planche de Belleville, well then there's nothing you can do. But some of those riders, the moment they start to suffer a bit, they just throw the head, and they do not try anymore. And that's not good enough when you see what they had to do, and when Pedersen, the work he did in that breakaway, and just to get dropped at the point in the stage when a rider of that level, that talent, he should never be left behind at that point. Even if he's suffered a pretty big time on the day, he should be able to stay in here with those riders. And we see the riders that got back in there, Erviti and the rider from B&B Hotels, Sil Bart, isn't it?
Yes.
So they have fought there big time, and that's what you've got to do. But unfortunately, some of those riders, they feel a little bit off their best on the day, and they just don't want to try anymore.
Right, let's go and hear from one of the big protagonists. Second last year overall, it's Jonas Vingegaard. He spoke at the start.
Jonas, how are you before the first mountain finish?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm now third in GC and half a minute behind, but hopefully now we go into the mountains, and I'm looking forward to it.
What will be the plan? To keep this position at the GC or try something? If the first mountains finish, but can you already try something?
I don't know. We will see today how the legs are feeling, and then we'll see how it is. I'll fight to the end, and we'll just do our best.
It's a nice climb for you, the Super Planche de Belleville.
I don't think it's the climb that suits me the best. I think the longer it is, the better it is for me as well. I think of course it's better than yesterday and the short climbs, but I hope to be up there.
Thank you, Jonas.
Hopes to be up there, and he's the team's main hope at the moment is Jonas Vingegaard.
Yeah, well, hopes to be up there. I think he and everybody else expects him to be up there, but I do agree with him. It's not the ideal climb for his capabilities. He's very light build, and we saw what he was able to do on the slopes of the Mont Ventoux last year. He's the first man to put Tadej Pogacar in that sort of difficulty on a climb and distance him. And Pogacar wasn't just letting go because he was nearly at the top and thought, I can rectify this on the downhill. He was looking over his shoulder. He was in actual trouble. Today is a climb that suits Pogacar better than Vingegaard, especially that really steep section to the top. It's where you really requires that big power, that explosiveness to get up that wall that is the super part of the Planche de Belleville. But I think he'll acquit himself very, very well on the climb, Vingegaard. But just going back to the fact that Ciccone got dropped so soon, as Sean said, I do think at the first sign of being in difficulty, he did somewhat throw his head. But it also gives us an indication of how difficult this race has been since the start. There's been no cruisy days. There's been crosswinds, short, sharp climbs. Then the stage to Arenberg, especially for a climber like Ciccone, just getting through it and staying with the peloton is a difficult thing. And then yesterday, as a lot of riders said, it was so much harder than it would have looked on television, and that just carrying that accumulated fatigue, not being able to recover from it. I think Ciccone's in that basket. I think he's a really talented climber, but not the biggest of engines, with that capacity to recover day on day of really hard efforts, and it's just really caught up with him. Even just getting into the break and swapping turns, it's just burned his engine so much. I think he's just approaching empty, and he'd be really looking forward to the first rest day, or second rest day in fact.
It's easy to forget we've had one already. I was just doing the maths in the head and saying, well, didn't we start on Friday? Shouldn't it be stage 8 now? We've had a day off.
Throws you out, doesn't it?
Each and every Grand Tour like that this year with foreign starts. We'll be off to the Netherlands for La Vuelta a España. And here we go, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Leonard Kemner at the front. Mark Schachmann, his teammate, with that familiar nodding dog style behind. You can always see his head moving. Some quality riders in here.
And now that gap has stopped growing as well. We saw that initial attack from the Bora Hansgrohe riders that opened things up, got rid of some of the passages in the group, those unable to contribute fully. But now, even though they're all swapping off turns, the bigger the group grows, the less intensity of each rider doing a turn on the front. They're all starting to think, with 42 kilometres to go, the climb is looming. I want to get the best out of myself. So to do that, I need to get the best out of everybody else, i.e. just make them do a little bit more work than me, and just see if I can push a little bit less hard. And the pace just comes out of the group. So I don't think yet that 3 minutes 10 is enough if that's what they've got at the foot of the climb. And I think it's going to be less than that, considering that it goes from a wide road to a very narrow road at the foot of the climb, and the rush that we're going to see in the peloton to get GC contenders in position. They're probably going to lose somewhere around 45 seconds to a minute in the 10 kilometres before the climb. So, Sean, what do you think is a gap that someone out of the break can think, I can win this with this gap?
Well, I think around the 2 minutes 30 they would need. Again, you know, you're always surprised about the performances some of the breakaway riders can produce after being out there on a very difficult day. They just can, you know, pull something out of the bag, and there's some of them riders up there in the breakaway are capable of doing that. But you know, this could come down a lot more before we get to the bottom of the final climb. And I think in the earlier part of the stage, when the break was going away, there was a lot of riders disappointed that, you know, that big break got away. Notably, Michael Woods, he missed it, and he tried to get across, of course. And there's a few other riders as well in here that will be thinking, oh, this is an opportunity gone. The breakaway is gone for the day, and it's going to be, you know, just a case for the general classification meant to mark each other and ride the final climb. But it's coming more interesting now with this advantage of just 3 minutes. So we will see on the bottom of the final climb, but I would say 2.5 minutes they would need that. And yeah, it's changing a lot. As I said, you know, riders were probably really disappointed at a point during the stage. Now it's coming back to the point where yeah, there's a possibility it could be a day where you could fight for the stage out of the main peloton. And will there be other teams that start riding to close down this gap? That is quite possible also.
Yeah, I think there's a few things that'll happen, Sean. My guess was about 3.25 minutes they'd need to stay in front. Of course, it depends on how they ride it in the peloton. If a team really sets a high tempo, if people start attacking or start making their best efforts, the best GC riders going as hard as they can, or not. There's a lot of things that can and could happen, but I think that other teams are going to start to ride. This group is within reach at 3 minutes for teams thinking about a possible stage win. And we just spoke about Michael Woods and the fact that he missed the break. This is a good sort of finish for him, and why not try with the Israel Startup Nation team to also start doing some riding, make sure they're close enough to this group when they get to the foot of the climb, and try and establish themselves at the front of the peloton, and give Woods the best possible chance to mix it up with the GC favourites.
And Groupama FDJ, of course, they have a lot of interest with Pinot today. Also, there's Bardet, maybe he might fancy his chances here. So there's a few teams we could see getting active maybe earlier, not only just to get onto the climb in a real good position with their specialist climbers, but also thinking, let's try and pull this gap back by maybe 30 to 40 seconds as we get into the final climb of the day.
Yeah, that's the thing too. There's so many riders still in the peloton that, although it's been a tough week, they've still got the legs to do a job, and they know they're not going to be able to do the job on the climb. So they're able to pretty much empty the tank on the way to the climb. So I think the pace is going to be really high, and this break's going to lose a huge chunk of their advantage.
A lot of big name riders who have teammates knowing that it's their day, and they're ready to give all to try and make it their day. Remember, this is the first stage of this kind at this Tour de France, the opening summit finish. And we're coming to the summit of our penultimate classified climb of the day. We've still got another climb itself before we get to the last climb. But this is the penultimate classified climb of the day. Simon Gesquet places himself on the front of the top of the Col des Croix. Talking about Groupama FDJ, Thibaut Pinot, I think he's just gone past his uncle's bakery, which was at the bottom of this climb.
Yeah, well,
He's
there's a
on
lot
home
going
roads.
on for Thibaut Pinot on this stage. He's got his uncle's bakery at the foot of the penultimate climb, and then he's got his pet goats, and he's even got some new cows. Someone feel free to tell me what breed they are. They're like a pygmy cow with long hair, like the sort of Scottish Highland cows with the long hair. As they've crested the climb. There we go. The Col de Croix, and it's again Simon Geschke who takes full points like he did on the last one.
2 more points to Simon Geschke. Another third category climb. That moves him up into 4 points. That means he is now in second place behind Magnus Kort. This is Vegard Starkelongen. Still there riding, the former Norwegian champ. Mikkel Bjerg behind. So the good news for UAE is that they've managed to do the job so far today without really burning men at the front. They've still got a good full team. And talking of our team, we're going to continue to rotate. I'm going to say goodbye for today, and it's going to be Carlton Kirby who'll take you through to the finale on the Super Planche des Belles Filles.
Thank you, Rob. Oh, what a day it's been, and what a grind it is for those who are engaged in the chase. And they're just starting to, I think, the battle plan for Team UAE Emirates, are they going to start just having that battle of attrition against themselves at the moment? Just spreading wide, almost having a battle plan as Pogacar just drifts back off. I think this is to try and encourage some others to come through and do some work as we go up and over the crest here. Now, once we've got over the top, the reason I still believe in the breakaway with 2 3/4 is that there's a long old downhill run. In fact, we'll be downhill until we get to Belenchon, and that is with about 25 kilometres to go. So our breakaway is already engaged on that downhill. That's hard to catch. And this looks like, to me, Sean, that there's been they're trying to encourage others to do a little bit of the hard work here, hard graft.
Well, it would not be surprising that they're looking maybe to get some of the other teams involved, because they have been doing, you know, all the work and trying to control this breakaway. But sometimes on the climb, you know, you just knock it off a little bit, get settled into it. But we can see the yellow jersey is back up where he has been for most of the day, just behind his team, setting the pace here on the front of the peloton. And yeah, 2:40. It's going to be an interesting final now. This final, 38 kilometres, the downhill section, and then we have the non-categorised climb. So it's really in the balance who is going to be fighting for the stage win here.
Well, it's a long old drag then, this downhill run, and then it's a false flat descent until we get to Belenchon. Then we make a turn and we start to head due east, and that's where Super Planche des Belles Filles waits for us. But there's a non-categorised climb to be dealt with before that. The Col de Chevestre, that comes with about 13 kilometres to go. There's a short descent until we have our grand finale, that last 7 kilometres. That will take an eternity, it will feel like, considering the pace that we've had at the top of the day. Robbie, it'll get very, very slow at the end because of the devilish inclines that we're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, it'll get very slow, despite it being the moment where they're trying their hardest all day long. It is just so steep. It's like a wall on gravel, and it's an absolute slog to the line. And expect gaps to open up, gaps that will cause time splits.
So here they come, up and over the top. They've witnessed the last of, the penultimate categorised climb of the day. Of course, we've got one up to the line at Planche des Belles Filles itself. So there's a bit of pace about it, 71 kilometres per hour, and this lovely long reach along the side of the valley bottom. Absolutely glorious, but the chance of closing that gap just minimised ever so slightly on this descent. We shall wait. Sean, when you've got this sort of descent, it's easy for a breakaway, or easier for a breakaway, to maintain its gap. And sometimes having the opportunity to take a better view into corners, there's less crowding essentially. You can actually extend that gap as part of a breakaway. And they've got a run for about another 10 kilometres before this descent is finally over.
Yes, well, when you have a group, obviously you have out front here, it is a good way to get down the descent. But back in the front of the peloton also, it's the group of yellow jersey and his team, so they're in control of what they're doing here, and they can make the descent pretty much the same or faster if they want to than the breakaway. So it'll depend on what urgency is in back in the peloton with the team of the race leader Pogacar controlling things on this descent.
It's absolutely beautiful, Robbie. we often, as commentators, ask you guys, oh, do you remember when we went past this vista and that vista? And you go, no idea, but I can tell you all about the results. That's all that matters to these guys. They're not thinking about scenery, they're thinking about delivery.
It's only going to be maybe next year, or when they recap the tour and they watch some video, or after their career is over, they'll go back and go, oh, this is a lovely place. I must visit that one day. And then they'll look at the video of a race and go, oh, I was there and I didn't even realise. And I've done that on a number of occasions.
It's work after all, isn't it?
It is work, and it's concentration. What you're mostly seeing is the wheel and the backside in front of you. Half the time you're cross-eyed from the exertion, and you do not realise that the beautiful areas that you are riding through. But that is the great thing about having these helicopter shots, and the shots we're able to bring you from the race. It's a postcard on wheels. It's like a travel show for a lot of people. And I 100% know a lot of people still tune into the Tour de France as much for the scenery, sometimes even more, than they do for the bike racing. Then they become fans after that. And it's a wonderful way to plan your holidays and your getaway around France.
Gap is holding absolutely rock steady, as we thought it well might. Because essentially you've got 7 up front and you've got 7 chasing, with, of course, Tadej Pogacar just tucked in and being looked after. How much of a cushion, we're speculating, will be required by the time we get to, just 7 kilometres to go? It's a big question, and the answer will be writ large by that time. But 33.5 kilometres from home is still a long way to go, but at least the next 10 kilometres or so will go very, very quickly. Sean, it's almost unkind that we have another non-categorised climb, I should say, the Col de Chevestre. And that's going to be a tough test, because at the end of, after a difficult day yesterday and after a tough day, a fast day today, it will bite.
It will, and the race is really on. It's not a case where it's one of these transition stages where the break is out front and the race leader's team is controlling things at a steadier pace. It's full-on racing here, because we see the advantage of the breakaway back to the main peloton.
Welcome back, everybody. Those of you watching on telly, if you want to watch uninterrupted coverage, don't forget Discovery Plus, or indeed the GCN app. You will find your home. We're going to have a little look at the recon of the Super Planche de Belleville, the extended Plateau de Belleville for us today, and extended with a little bit of gravel. These guys look nice and comfortable. A little interchange between the two German, Schachmann and, of course, Lenny Kamner. And they have the gift of having a teammate with them. A vital thing, Robbie, at a moment like this.
It is a vital thing. We saw how well they played that when they actually got away from the original group, put it under so much pressure. They went together, they pushed on down that little descent and ripped the group apart and got rid of the passengers. And it's led to them having a workable gap, although they have lost over 20 seconds in the last 10 kilometres.
They haven't lost anything on this descent, though, have they? That's the thing. They're holding it nicely. This is going to roll on for what? Another 8 kilometres or so. Gives us a chance to have a brief recon. Let's see what we've got to deal with, shall we?
Et c'est reparti pour un tour. Moi je vais prendre à gauche, je vais te laisser prendre à droite tout ça.
I think it'll be really spectacular for the first women's Tour de France.
C'est énorme en vrai, du coup.
This is great, I'm upside down. The first kilometres are really steep, so you can't go all in from the start.
Sur une montée pure, on arrive à peu près à la gérer, mais après une course.
Normally we've been able to control on a climb like this, but after a long stage, it's simply going to be full gas to the line.
Ça commence à piquer.
Starting to sting a little bit for the last 4 kilometres.
La rampe même après le gravel, rien que
the gravel section, just seeing it hurts your legs. That's what we said coming up. It's a long, steep, straight road, and then you get to the gravel.
Et après, c'est vrai que le gravel, le truc, c'est qu'on peut pas non plus trop.
You can't really get out of the saddle, and you need enough strength to keep pedalling without going into the red, without pedalling through treacle.
On dit dans la semoule. Dans la semoule, non? C'est dans la semoule. C'est vraiment un final en apothéose.
It's going to be a grandstand finish with a really special route compared to the other races that'll add a bit of spice and magic to the Tour. I hope there's going to be loads of fans cheering us on to keep pushing us all the way to the line.
31st of July, they'll be heading to the Planche de Belfi. Meanwhile, this is stamping on the pedals time right now. 30.4 kilometres before we get home. And a lot of lumpy stuff still to be had, Robbie.
Plenty of lumpy stuff, like you said, that uncategorised climb and then gradual downhill. But that final part of valley up towards the foot of La Planche de Belfi is a tough one for a break to hold any advantage of what they build up. And here are some shots of La Super Planche de Belfi. This is the section of gravel. Of course, it does go back to tarmac just near the top, so you can get some traction. And when they first get onto the gravel, it's not steep. It's a little bit of false flat, then it kicks up a little bit, flattens off again. So the first part of it is really quite quick. You can see it there. That straight piece is a lot quicker. But as they get to that left-hand bend, that's where it kicks. Just before that, it kicks up, and it gets steeper and steeper. And get ready for the reveal as we come around the corner.
It is a nightmare.
It does not do it justice from the helicopter. I understand it does make it all look flat, but I can tell you for a fact through that corner is where it really kicks. And the road underneath this section, you see it go back to the tarmac there.
That's the line.
The road changes colour. Well, the line's not there yet. It's up here, and the people are standing in anticipation of riders zigzagging and almost digging post holes on their way to the line. And
you can actually see here, Robbie, from the pedestrians even, their attitude, their angle to the road, it suggests it, doesn't it?
I'm just waiting for a cross that I expect we'll get later from Hannah and Bernie. It'll show you when you get one on the ground. And this moment here, it's just the last few metres. You think you're there, and it takes another 10 seconds at least to get there over that last 25 metres. And you'll see this afternoon when the riders get to the finish line, there'll be personnel from the Tour de France organisation in place to push riders further up and get them off the finish line and up towards the soigneurs. That's how steep it is. You need someone to catch you and push you up to the top.
And the only reason they've put a bit of a surface in the final couple of 100 metres is for the cars to, in case they have to stop to get moving again, because there is a certain amount of cars left go through all the way to the finish. The team cars are stopped a bit further down, so service, I presume it will be provided by the team members on the side of the road. There's also, of course, neutral service who have motorbikes and cars will be going through. So I reckon it's not for the bikers they put it in there, it's for the cars.
Yeah, they'd be bogged down to the axles otherwise. And in fact, if you had a mechanical in that last 150 metres, you'd be better off just shouldering your bike cyclocross style and running to the top. You'd be just as quick, if not quicker.
Well, you never know. We might see it.
Van Aert and Pidcock will have an advantage.
Exactly.
Also, Pogacar, he's been a cyclocrosser as well.
Of course.
Watch out for the white jersey, of course, which is being sported today by Tom Pidcock. It's Fabio Jakobsen. He's been nursing green on behalf of Wout van Aert for quite some time. Now we get to see him in his trade kit. Not a day for him, Sean, but he'll have some more deeper into this race.
Yes, well, this race, it's pretty cruel actually for the sprinters. When you look at the number of days we've had already, there haven't been a lot of opportunities where, in the Tour de France, if you go back a number of years ago, there was always a week and you had a lot of opportunities for the sprinters, but it's getting less and less every year.
Back to the car for our breakaway. They're doing a great job of holding margin. Margin's extended indeed, and a little ice pack coming very, very handy. If they hadn't, if nylon stockings did not exist, you kind of had to invent them just for this. It's the perfect mesh. You put some crushed ice in there, you put it in the nape of your neck, and as it melts very slowly, the water, it comes down either side, the anterior and exterior jugular, and cools you down quite remarkably. And on a day like today, there's been plenty of those ice bags being handed out. Right, we are just about to make the turn in Belenchon, and as you can see, our descent is just about over with. Slight false flat that we're dealing with at the moment, but it is still descending, would you believe? They'll take a turn. They turn to the left and head due east, indeed, where the Planche de Belleville and the Super Plateau await us. So Lenny Kamna working fantastically well today, along with Max Schachmann. And Bora working for Vlasov ultimately, but today being able to help themselves, Robbie.
Well, they're going to try and help themselves to a stage win and maybe put two riders a little bit closer to the top of the standings in the general classification. At 2:46, I expect Kemna and Schachmann to be reeled back in before they get to the super part of La Planche de Belleville. They just haven't been allowed to build up enough of a buffer, as we see Fabio Jakobsen making his way back up. He's been back to get bottles for the rest of the team. They've worked extremely hard for him. Actually, he's not bringing bottles. He's just been back at the team car. OK, no drinks for the boys. But in any case, they've worked very hard for him throughout this tour. But it's probably going to be quite a long time until we see the sprinters go at it again, and who's able to survive the rest of the race to get there. I honestly expect the next bunch sprint to be in Paris on the last day. There's a possible chance on the 19th stage to Cahors. Also a little uphill finish, but it's also primed for a breakaway. Between now and Paris, it's pretty much all mountainous and a time trial. So it's going to be a tough one for the sprinters just to get through.
Yeah, possibly Carcassonne on stage 15 just before the final rest day. But yeah, I see what you mean, Robbie. That's a lumpy day as well.
Yeah, it's a very lumpy day.
Yeah, exactly that. 25.5 kilometres from home, Sean. This is kind of like the calm before the storm. The gap has kind of held steady on this long descent. We suspected it might do. But things are about to change, and the complexion is very much, with 25 kilometres to go, going to alter. There's a demeanour behind which looks very, very serious, and it's being set almost like a grimace, I think, on behalf of everybody by Team UAE. They're on the chase at the moment. They will start to make inroads into these guys, I am certain. And here's our 3D map, John.
Yep, taking a look at our current state of play over the top at the moment, and this is all of the stage that we've consumed so far, and as you can see off in the distance, the Planche de Belleville heading up towards us. Lots of analysis on the climb, lots of looking at the gradients, assistance from Clive in the studio with Adam as well, and just looking at those brutal gradients up towards the end, and just how hard it's going to be over that gravel. Going to be fascinating to see how things play out over the next hour.
Certainly will. Thank you, John. 13% at the base of it, eases to 11% after a kilometre, and then it picks back up to beyond that margin. Sleeping policeman, traffic hazards here, just being met by a gasp from the cameraman, as you heard. He operates on kind of a frame at the back, which can lead to them singing alto in the evening. Here's your breakaway. They will have to, in the last, as Robbie was saying, the last 2 kilometres is really where the hurt begins, or the hurt intensified. There are actually rather unkindly, Sean, a couple of steps along the way, which may lure the unwary into a false sense of security.
Well, I think the climb is such a difficult one, you know, pretty much all the way. It's a short climb, and it's going to be super fast when we get onto the climb itself. And when you look at the top of the climb, it's a real killer with, you know, the gravel road, that 24% gradient. But it doesn't create big gaps at the top. It's during the climb itself, if you're in difficulty, that's where I think we will see some of the GC men may be getting into difficulty. But if you get into that final kilometre and you get onto the real steep ramp, you just can dig so deep there, and you can just, you know, give a joy effort to get to the line and limit your losses. So it's going to be only seconds when we get through the final kilometre, whoever is together, unless somebody puts in, like Pogacar, for example, he's able to produce these explosive efforts, which maybe a lot of riders will not be able to match. But the other ones, I think, will be pretty much equal. But all of this climb, you know, it changes gradient quite a bit. And if the pace is real high, being set by a team, well, then this is going to be a killer. And let's not forget, you know, the days we've had racing, a lot of flat racing, big gear stuff, to get into the rhythm of climbing as well. The first climb where you have to go on the low gears, and when you see the percentage here on Planche de Belleville, you know, all the way up, it changes and it goes to very high gradients. That smaller gear, the climbing gear, some guys have a difficulty adapting, getting into that. So this could be a real killer for some of the GC men, and we might see guys losing a lot of time.
Well, the gap come down by about 15 seconds. UAE just going over to the right-hand side of the road, left-hand side of the picture as you're looking at it. A couple of other teams being invited to come in and help with the chase at the moment. They don't want to do it all themselves. We are climbing right now, or our breakaway is, and these guys are just about to join them. 2.5 minutes in arrears. It's going to be a long old drag, this one, before we get to the top of the Col de Chevestre. Once we get to the top of that, there will be 12.8 kilometres remaining. So it's very much the business end of the day. They're asking the questions constantly, Robbie, but then we'll come to Robbie for a thought in a few moments' time, actually. They keep asking the questions here, UAE. Others don't really want to have an answer, and so they pick it back up again. They're having to work incredibly hard just for the time being. That's the burden, I guess, of yellow and having someone like Tadej Pogacar, who everyone is fearful of today, and the break should be as well. Let's hear from Bernie.
These are the final meters of the uncategorized climb at 12.8 kilometers from the finish line. The riders will come up here, drop down. There's a few switchbacks in the downhill, and this is when we will see the teams really lining up to get to the front, because at the bottom it turns left just over 10 kilometers, and it starts dragging up there, and that is the finale of the finale. But then what I've seen also is actually the wind changes completely all the time. After the Cat 3 climb in the downhill, a headwind coming, because most of the day they actually had a super, not the strongest, but a good tailwind. But there they turn into a real headwind section before they turn left over the bridge at 23 kilometers to go. And from there it starts dragging up. Lumpy road, really hard, also winding. So it will be one of those days when every team tries to line up to be at the front, which is important, but also could cause that tension, because of there, the wind is changing all the time. Some parts are tailwind and some are really having some headwind. So it's a funny one today, but it's going to be definitely a hard one.
Funny, nobody's laughing. It certainly is going to be a hard one. Thank you, Bernie. They keep asking the question, Robbie, and nobody wants to take it up just for the time being, so they're leaning on them. You would do, wouldn't you, with UAE in a position like this, with Pogacar being so strong?
Yeah, well, you just try and let them wear themselves out, but it's not working at the moment in any case, not from what I'm seeing on the screen. As I said a little bit earlier, this is the strongest and the most well-drilled that we've seen UAE so far in this tour. It's the first time we've seen the entire team at the front doing this, because, of course, also the first time that Tadej Pogacar has ridden a road stage in the yellow jersey in this tour. So it's all systems go, but they've got things under control. They know once they get to the climb, if the gap is at 2:19 like it is now when they hit the foot of the climb, they're going to eat them up, and they're not going to be a concern. They're really not going to get themselves back up in any threatening position on GC. And even if they did after today, you know, they're going to pay for these efforts. And when we get to the really high mountains, Tadej Pogacar is going to put a lot of distance into the likes of Schachmann and Leonard Kemna and the rest in this break. So, you know, UAE at this moment will have no real concerns. They've used their bigger men, the likes of Stag Langen, and I think they're going to be just not too worried at all about the position. I think they'll be fairly confident how things are going. A couple of the direction cars slipping through the inside there was a little bit close. I was just having flashbacks to a Johnny Hogeland moment. Remember the barbed wire fence?
I do, and it took an awful long time to resolve that. Our very own Juan Antonio Fleischer as well was also involved in the same incident. Absolutely horrific, but yeah, thankfully, that was a long time ago. Welcome to Hoogerland used to say the T-shirt. It had barbed wire and red marks upon it. Here we are.
And Sean. So, as we're just saying, they haven't looked in trouble, UAE. The late replacement in this race, who came in to fill in for the COVID-infected Matteo Trentin, Mark Hirschi, is already out the back. But he probably did use him early on.
Well, they've been working hard, Sean.
Yes. Well, I think the men that were expected to work, you know, Mikel Biel, Langen, Hirschi, those are the ones they're going to use in the earlier part of this stage on the flat. Now the test is Bennett and the other riders. Micah, it will be interesting to see, are they really up to it? How long will they be able to stay on the climb?
Battle of attrition goes on. Vigard Stangen, he's been back to the car, Stangen Langen. Meanwhile, back out front, and Jumbo-Visma start to come and help man the pumps, if you will. Interesting, Dylan Teuns, their disruptors are trying to do their level best to help him on the day. I think he's possibly going to be last man standing from the break. And as predicted by Robbie McEwen, 2 minutes and 5, it's really being trimmed back handsomely. And with 20 kilometres to go, it looks like this breakaway is doomed. So what other alternatives have Bahrain Victorious got? And indeed a few other teams. I imagine Thibaut Pinot, who's not that far off the front, as you have seen, will be very, very pleased that this is panning out this way. He's got another chance, Robbie, that looked to have slipped away from him.
He's got a chance. He would have been disappointed not to get in the break, but the way it's panning out, it's looking good for the man on his home roads, Thibaut Pinot, also for his teammate David Gaudu, who did a very good ride into third yesterday in Longwy, behind Matthews and Pogacar. But it's that moment where other teams aren't necessarily coming to help, but they're getting themselves in position early. They don't want to get caught out and get behind the rush. So we've already seen the likes of Ineos moving up with their multi-pronged attack with Martinez and Pidcock and Thomas, etc. And for Bahrain Victorious, they're shepherding Damiano Caruso second last year in the Giro d'Italia. They've got turns up the road. They're not trying to set any pace, but put Caruso up near the front of the bunch. Same can be said with Movistar, with Enric Mas as well. And now Arkea Samsic on the right in the red. They're bringing Nairo Quintana. And he's the one that not a lot of people have been speaking about so far in this tour, but he is in a great position. How he's now coming into his real beloved terrain in the mountains. He was so good across the cobbles to Arenberg. He was very good on the kick to the line yesterday in Longwy. So Nairo Quintana, one of the favourites for one of the podium spots in this tour.
Also working hard here, Cofidis. They missed out earlier on. Jonas Aguirre was very much trying to get as part of the breakaway. Ineos Grenadiers just mustering as well. Watch out for the white jersey of Tom Pidcock. He'll be hoping to go well here. In fact, he's gone well on this climb as part of the Tour of Alsace back in 2019. And you're starting to see some ambition back here. Plancart just picking it up and just trying to, moderate the disaster that has befallen a few. And I'm afraid some of the quick men today are going to find themselves second hand, to say the very least. Meanwhile, running out of teammates around him, but part of the battle plan, and with 18.7 kilometres to go, you still sort of feel, Sean, that Tadej Pogacar is the lethal shark amongst a ball of sardines here. It's almost like he can feast himself whenever he needs to. He's already proven it in this race.
Yes, well, he has proven it, but today is a bigger test for everybody. Pogacar, he looked impressive yesterday in that run to the line. How powerful was he? We can see now that there's a lot of teams starting to come to the front and starting to crowd it out a bit, but they still have from UAE, they have the riders they need here. We can see it's Soler setting the pace. We can see McNulty is there, Mike is there, Bennett is there. So those are the riders you'd expect to be taking it up at this point. And we can see there, it's the first time that we have seen some of the teams coming to the very fore, actually coming in front of the team UAE, who have been just controlling this race for most of the day. Yeah, exactly. Well, as Robbie said, they're here to help themselves, and quite frankly, almost by default, they're helping out Team UAE Emirates as well, because they're not having to lean upon them or be lent on right now. Movistar in a good place, waiting to see where Astana, Kazakhstan is, with Lutsenko as well, who 7th last year will want to make a statement. There is Tom Pidcock as well. Good to see. As mentioned, in the Tour of Alsace, he had a very good run here in 2019. In fact, took victory. Different complexion, of course, here. But you know what? You never know when your day is going to come, if that day is not Tadej Pogacar's. And we're kind of getting used to saying that, Robbie.
Yeah, well, on any of the stages upcoming in the rest of this Tour de France, he's always going to be amongst the argument for the favourites to win the stage. But a lot of people will be looking at this and saying, OK, all these teams pushing to the front, it looks like it's the preparation for a bunch sprint, get to the foot of the climb, and then they get there and they don't go straight on the attack. Why is that? The position is king, and particularly when you come onto a climb like this, it's narrow, it's very steep. You don't want to leave your protected GC man behind, having to make up ground on the climb. You're behind the 8 ball.
Well, there's only 4 minutes until we get to the top. Here's Bradley with his thoughts.
Well, this is what the excitement is building, and this is what the Tour de France is all about for a GC rider. The moment of truth, the summit finish, the first summit finish of the Tour de France. I think the day is up for this breakaway now. The gap is tumbling all the time as that peloton build momentum behind, and that washing machine effect behind happens, where everyone wants to start this climb in the front. The peloton are going to arrive en masse here, and everyone's going to feel like they've got a chance, or going to want to put their leaders in with a chance anyway. But for me, it's that man, Tadej Pogacar. What can he not do in this sport of cycling? I cannot wait to see it. I'll hand you back to the commentary team. I'm going to shoot to the finish.
Thanks, Pat. We'll be hearing more from him. Sean, it's getting very busy down there. Not much space to operate at all. And this is not even a major climb at the moment. We've got a downhill which will take us to the foot of it. So this is the first sprint, if you like, to the crest of the Côte de Chevestre. And then it's downhill, and all hell is likely to break loose by the time we get to the foot of our ultimate destination.
Yes, well, you know, that was always going to be expected, and if we had a breakaway which was many minutes ahead, it would still be the same, but it's probably more hectic here now because there's other riders getting involved who are way down in the general classification, but who can, you know, do this climb very well. And, you know, we did talk about Michael Woods from Israel Premier Tech, and a number of other riders. Thibaut Pinot, who's over 5 minutes down, he's on home ground, of course. Menkes, who's a long ways down from Intermarché, Wanty, Goubert, he'll be thinking maybe if I'm on a good day, I can maybe get a stage win. And the guys who are a long ways down the GC, they'll be allowed a little bit of lee room, but it will all depend what team takes it up here. And if there's an infernal pace, well, then we could see just the big favourites very quickly on this climb. After 2 or 3 Ks, it will be the top 5 or 6 guys who are going to be fighting it out for the win of this race and the top 5 in the GC standings in Paris.
Here come Groupama Francis Hujard up the centre of the road here, Robbie. So many with options. I think Jumbo-Visma would love to make a statement today. Wanting it and being able to deliver it is 2 different things, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a very different thing, but you see now the urgency in the peloton. It's been UAE lead the chase all day, but now it's Ineos Grenadiers for their GC hopes. Chief amongst them, Geraint Thomas and Danny Martinez taking the front. It's a battle for position because getting over the top of this climb, this dip down, twisting down quite fast, it's easy to get yourself a long way out of position and leave yourself with so much work to do once you hit the climb. And that's why we see this rush to the top of this last uncategorised climb before this descent. There is Tadej Pogacar. Look at the body language of him in the yellow compared to a lot of other riders. They're really wrenching on the bars. They look a lot more stressed. They're pushing and shoving, and he's just cruising so smooth in the middle. And he knows, well, if I have to move up a few extra places on the climb, I know I can. Where others are really battling to be in position at the front. This is
green jersey at the front. Wout van Aert also, after his exertions yesterday, picks up the pace for Jumbo-Visma. Minute 50, that's all the gap that remains to our breakaway up front. That washing machine effect that we were talking about on clear display. Guillaume Martin being brought up by Cofidis. Jonas Aguirre was supposed to be in the break. Could have been a great man to drop back and help him out. 15 kilometres to go. Now, this is a bit of a bowler hat, this climb. Possibly why it's not been categorised. So it's not too strenuous, but don't be lulled into a false sense of security. This is the non-categorised Chevestre, and then all of a sudden we are going to be into, well, one of the most, well, it's certainly our biggest climb so far, and possibly one of the most definitive of the race. We all hope that this race is not over by the end of today, but the way Tadej Pogacar has been making statements, Sean, he could make another one today. He looks fresh as a daisy despite the efforts he's already put in.
Yes, well, he's not really put in the efforts, but his team have put in a big effort here, and we can see the way they're getting crowded out by other teams who are coming with fresh riders to keep their GC men in a real good position to get onto this final climb of the day. But Pogacar, he's sitting in the middle there. He has 2 or 3 teammates at least in front of him. No panic, and that is, you know, a great thing to have. Able to stay. We can see him, the helmet just in the middle there, maybe in third line. Always a little bit more dangerous when you're a bit further back, but if you can do that and you can use the other teams now for a little while, and then when you get onto the climb, get your teammates to get you in a good position if you need to move up a little bit before you turn onto the climb. And then will they start setting a pace? Who's going to start setting the pace? That is going to be an interesting one. And I think there's other teams here who will try something like Jumbo-Visma. And of course, you know, Jumbo-Visma, we're talking about Seb Kuss. You know, how good is he? Some of the other riders as well, maybe Kruijswijk there, you know, will they really start setting a pace to see can they put pressure on the team of UAE Emirates and try and isolate Pogacar? And if that becomes the case, well, then we could see a lot of the other riders as well trying something to see what they can get out of this day.
Well, you know, I see a lot of fresh riders there for Tadej Pogacar as well. Marc Soler, Rafael Maker, George Bennett, Brandon McNulty, all standing by for whatever they need to do for Tadej Pogacar. And just behind him, I noticed on his own, away from the rest of his team at the moment, but right on the back of Pogacar, was Alexander Vlasov from Bora Hansgrohe. Of course, he's got two riders up in the break in Schachmann and Kemna. But Vlasov is just making his own way through on the back of the yellow jersey. On the left of the row, the Jumbo-Visma team, Wout van Aert there in second position, of course. Further down the line, you've got Jonas Vingegaard in front of Primoz Roglic. And Roglic, of course, already a couple of minutes down on GC after that nasty crash on the stage over the cobbles to Arenberg. And, you know, the question that's been floating around a lot is what can Roglic do to help Jonas Vingegaard or maybe help himself? What's going to be the best approach for that team to try and make some sort of impression on the lead that Tadej Pogacar has already built up? And I think on a day like today, they'd be very happy if they got away with it, losing only a few seconds to Pogacar. I think this climb is really to his advantage, and they'd be better trying to keep everything as close as possible until they get to the bigger climbs down in the Alps.
Luke Rowe marshalling the troops out front, just been on the blower. Always a useful, handy road captain to have, and more than that, probably the best out there, best in the business. 13.2 kilometres before we get home. We are nearly at the peak, Sean, about 300 metres before we get to the top of this non-categorised climb. Then a rush to the foot. They're holding 1 minute and 54. It's not a margin considering those who are behind them.
No, I think you know, on the front of the peloton we see it's very active, and a lot of different teams, you know, taking position, but they're not pushing on full on at all. They're just holding position, trying to keep that place until we get to the final climb, and then we will see what, you know, the tactic will be from a lot of the teams. And out front they're working quite well. 152. Is there somebody who is going to throw in one of these super performances on this final climb to the finish and plunge the Belfield?
Well, I'm wondering, Sean, if there's anyone within this group who has managed to hide themselves just a little bit, keep something back, having a teammate with you. I don't know who's going to be last man standing. We know, of course, that Dylan Teuns can work extremely well, but what about Lenny Kamna? I've been watching attentively to see just how much of a turn Schachmann is giving Lenny Kamna at the moment. He's doing much of the work for them. Kamna's clearly their choice. Will he be the last man here? Is it just going to be combativity that goes for this?
I get the impression that Schachmann's doing a little bit more and trying to help to set up Kamna. And the question is he still as fresh and as good and as strong as he was in the recent Giro d'Italia, where he was quite incredible? Nathan van Hooijdonk, he's done his work for Jumbo-Visma. Day done. Good job by him. But yes, I think the potential last man standing, Kamna, maybe also Simon Getschke, a real climber. Got a little bit surprised by the initial attack, but he's been there all day. There's another strong move. They're keeping the pace high here in the break.
Well, it'll be interesting to see who is the strongest out of the breakaway. They're definitely going to, you know, push on, give it their all, and we can see Aviti is, you know, the first one to get into difficulty. But you know,
and he's loaded bottles.
The riders, I think, we're expecting is the Bora men, and they have the numbers up there, and they're going to be a sacrifice of man in the earlier part of the climb as well. But yeah, 1:45 at the moment. It's coming down, and the pace ever so faster here in the main peloton.
Here we are, big turn coming on, and none bigger, of course, with the Ineos Grenadiers when there is kind of mood. Pippo Garner has been busy so often within this race. 11.1 kilometres to go, and teeing them up absolutely beautifully, not wanting to be sidelined at all either. Groupama Française Jeu, but also everyone getting into colour order here, Sean. They are working very hard.
Yes, well, it's the fight now to get onto the climb in a good position, and that's what you're seeing. You know, Ineos Grenadiers, we can see Jumbo-Visma there. That's what is. That's the tactic now. Get onto the climb, then see what the position is, get your leader in the real good position, and then if you can help him out, if you've got other teammates there can do this, stay with your leader as long as possible. But yeah, this is just a fight for positions.
Well, they've got this downhill run, and then suddenly we're going to kick into the climb itself. Great guide to come down here as well. Pidcock in a superb position. Thibaut Pinot not that far off the nose either, Robbie.
No, he's clawed his way up. He was a long way back on that last little climb, but 5 kilometres to the foot of the final climb, and you can see why they were fighting so much to be at the front over the top of that little climb. This winding descent, it's really starting to string out at the back, so if you were too far back over the top, you got a lot of work to do to make it back to the front. So they're all manoeuvring still for position at the moment. Ineos Grenadiers with Philippe Ogana pushing the pace in the front. Behind him, Geraint Thomas. Then it's Tom Pidcock in the white jersey. This is a great move by Ineos at the right time to put the pace on over the top, get prime position, and Gunner's going to try and pull them all the way to the foot of the final climb. Thomas already in second wheel.
9.6 kilometres from home, minute and 42. That gap is holding nicely. They're still matching the pace by those out front. It's because of this descent, this downhill, that will take us to the foot of the climb. Let's describe that climb for everyone, Sean. It's very, very difficult, very, very quickly.
It is very a difficult climb, and immediately, you know, it kicks up to that 13% in the earlier part, and you know, it eases off then to 11, then, you know, 11, and as you get further up, of course, you know, the fatigue will be setting in because of, you know, the difficulty of the climb, the difficulty of the day. So even though the gradient does drop off, if the pace is real high, it's just going to be a killer all the way.
Adam Yates just tightening his shoes up, I believe it was, just sitting in behind Tom Pidcock, who looks like he's guiding Adam Yates down this mountain at the moment. They're doing a superb job in his Grenadiers. This is a statement apart from anything else. You look back along this line, there's a lot of talent up towards the fore. Pretty much Roglic may even fancy it today. Will it be for him or Jonas Vingegaard? We will wait and see. 8.8 kilometres from home. Great job being done by Van Aert so far today as well. Well, they're using all their bullets, one after the other. Van Aert, even after his efforts yesterday, Robbie, is still here and looking sprightly.
Well, no surprise, to be honest, from Wout van Aert. His powers of recovery are becoming legendary in the peloton. But looking at this final climb, 7 kilometres long, average gradient 8.3. On the road sections before it becomes super, maximum gradient 18%. But, of course, that kick to the line at 24%. It's that last kick in the head for all the riders getting to the finish line. Today, the steepest sections, the beginning of the climb and the top of the climb. Not to say that the middle of it is easy. It is very steep all the way through at 7 kilometres, and the break are not far now from the foot of the climb.
Schachmann is doing all the work. This will be on behalf of Lenny Kamner. I think it may well only be a combativity award for them. It depends on how much they've managed to preserve on the descents, which may well have just given them something, but it's going to be crumbs, Sean, compared to what they've got to deal with here. Nearly there, kilometre to go before we start climbing.
Yes, well, we're just about to start the real serious part of the day, and we can see here, you know, Schachmann is just securing the pace as much as possible. The breakaway here, there's a lot of the riders saying, it's a pity we don't have, you know, 4 and 4.5 minutes here, and we could be fighting it out for the stage honours. But back in the peloton, there's a lot of riders saying, this is going to be an opportunity now to go for stage win. Between the GC men, it's also an opportunity to prove if you can do something, maybe move up in the general classification. So this stage is turning out to be, you know, a real battle for many classifications.
A little bit of a roller coaster introduction to this test. Lutsenko being dragged into position as well, I noticed, from Astana Kazakhstan team. He would like as well to ignite his challenge. Finished 7th last year, we remind you. And here we go. Lenny Kamner is that picks it up. Schachmann's spent force. He's gone out of this group. Avicii already taken his leave. All credit to Schachmann for working so hard for his teammate. Kamner, though, it's a little bit of cat and mousing going on at the moment. It's Dylan Teuns that comes through, taking his turn, and now we are 4, Robbie.
Well, they're dropping riders out the back. Schachmann, of course, with that big turn. But interested to see how hard Kamner went over the top and made an attack on what was really not quite on the climb yet. So just really keen to keep every bit of this gap that he possibly can. And Durbridge still there. Simon Geschke still there. Had to work very hard to stay in the wheels. Dylan Teuns, of course, the last man to win on a road stage to the top of the Planche de Belfi, and there are the gradients. 13% early, easing off, if you could call it that, to 11, near the top, 20% at the original finish, and then that 24% section to the finish. So turns on the front, Durbridge is on the right in the light blue, then it's Leonard Kemner in the green, just in second wheel, on the back 73 from Cofidis, the German Simon Geschke, and he goes on the attack.
Oh, he has to. He carries the beard up front, and well, he was one of the early incarnations, don't forget, at the beginning of this day. He was determined to be in the break. Well, he's done it before. Can he do it now? This would be absolutely outstanding. Well, I thought with 3 Germans in the break, it was going to be Kemner or perhaps Schachmann, but this man wants to make a statement, and it's a big one. 6% right now, but it's going to get an awful lot tougher than that very, very quickly, leaving a trio in his wake. I'm just wondering if they've got anything left. We'll hook back to see who's engaged in the chase, because that battle will be raging as well. 6.6 kilometres from home, Sean, and Geschke is reaching out for it. No panic from the trio behind, just for the time being.
No, and yeah, Geschke, with the company he's with, you'd expect him maybe to wait a bit and see who was going to be the strongest, but he wants to strike out. And will he be disappointed at the end of the day with the advantage they have been given to get onto this climb, because he has taken the first 2 KOM points on the day, so he's got already 4 points. If he could, you know, go all the way to the finish, he could take the polka dot jersey at the end of the day, because Magnus Kort have 11 and there's what, 14 for this on the road out today. So if he could take the maximum, but unfortunately we can see 120 back to the chasing group and main peloton.
Look at the crowds as well. Geschke's first to hear their noise, their shouts of encouragement. Luke Durbridge setting his tempo, but it's not enough just for the time being. Kemner sits on the back wheel here for Dylan Turns, and it's Turns that's putting in a big turn here as well. He's had success, don't forget, in 2019. Can he possibly break everyone's hearts today? Not with the firepower behind, will be bound, but Geschke still making a good fist of this. It's going to turn into 3, I should think. They're calling the bikes out as well. Super work here by Dylan Turns and Lenny Kemner, and the breakaway has fragmented, and it's down to the grind of Geschke. Meanwhile, behind, still a couple waiting here. Mike is waiting to do his turn, of course, for Tadej Pogacar. Still looks reasonably fresh. Pogacar himself sitting in front of Geraint Thomas with 6.1 kilometres to go, and it is Lutsenko that's being dragged up here nicely too from Astana. Somebody's going to have a punch here. Will it be a knockout blow, and who's going to issue it, Robbie?
Well, at the moment, Simon Geschke with 1:16. He knew he couldn't afford to wait, play games and see who's the strongest. He has to go with just 1:15. He's been a winner in the Tour de France in the past. 2015 to Pralup, he won on his own, but I don't think he has enough. And the other 2, Turns, who's won here before, Kemner, a proven winner of big bike races, are getting their way back across to him. This is Chris Froome. We see 1:91. He was the first winner on Planche de Belfi back in 2012. Its first use in the Tour de France. But the steam train of UAE, they just keep towing Pogacar up this climb. Barguil is there, also in the red colours, with Nairo Quintana on his wheel. But it looks set for a GC battle. Our breakaway now just over a minute ahead with 6 kilometres to go. And with that, I'm going to sign out and head into the breakaway, and I'm looking forward to fireworks.
Oh, we'll see you later, Robbie. Thank you so much. Roglic leading Vingegaard at the moment. He's out of the saddle and waiting to do something, and Van der Poel, I'm afraid, struggling again, but gone deep. Nairo Quintana waiting, and a wondrous rider he is, as you well know. He floated over the cobbles. Can he possibly issue a killer blow today? Quintana's being moved up into position, Sean. He could be our man.
Yes, well, there's a lot of riders in position. If you're in the top 15 here, you know, this is a long climb for the peloton, which is a bit further down the road. So there is opportunities here to move. But yeah, they're all waiting, and they're still leaning on the team of yellow jersey, UAE Team Emirates.
Well, this is time for Lenny Kemner to pick it up now. Lenny Kemner has just left Dylan Turns in his wake. He's bridging over here to Simon Geschke. Is he going to be able to go straight by him and hold on to this margin? That's the gap. He's got 1:15 with 5.5 to go. If Kemner's got anything left, we've been following him joyfully, of course, ever since the World Champs at under 23 level. He's been spectacular, and he is still very much looking like he's got something left. That's the gift of having a teammate. We've got some outrunners here. Everyone's going to be tired, Sean. Let's remember that.
Yes, well, everybody is going to be feeling the effects, and on this climb, you know, it is all about, you know, how much you have got left energy-wise. But we can see here, you know, UAE Emirates are going to continue on setting this pace, and that's what the riders out front are hoping. They can hold on to this 1 minute 15 for a long, long time, and then if Kemna, you know, really can put in the effort in the end, where he can just go on the final number of kilometres, but it looks like it's going to be impossible. But sometimes we see these, you know, performances that guys can pull out of the bag, and they can be amazing.
Well, he has been in the past. Dylan Teuns got left almost static there, it seemed, when Lenny Kemna decided to pick it up and indeed push on. His class is Dylan Teuns. But Leonard Kemna looked magnificent as he bridged over the Gascoigne. He's going for it. Doesn't want any company. Wants to take this all on his own. And could he make it? Could he make it all the way? 4.8 kilometres from home. He's going to give it a go, Sean.
Yes, well, he has to give it a go, because he knows that, you know, the advantage is such a slim one with so much manpower of the big favourites behind with their teammates. You have to get out of here and just climb this one full gas, as they say, on the limit all the way to the finish here. And he'll be hoping that back in the peloton that, you know, UAE Emirates will just control it now and not really up the pace. But I feel there'll be other teams who want to you know, push on. They'll be thinking of the stage victory, but have the other teams that want to do that, have they got the manpower to do it back there?
Well, he's won solo before. The margin of victory was a minute and 27, stage 16 of the Tour de France, of course, a couple of years ago. And to Villard-le-Lans, it was a tough stage that had to get up to a plateau before he finished the job. Well, right now he's got to try and finish this one, and he's got all hell breaking loose behind him. UAE have finally picked it back up. They want to engage fully at the front with the drive here. Sitting in, waiting to mug them is Groupama. As you can see, Francis Dejean. Likewise, it is Jumbo-Visma alive to the threat. And Ineos Grenadiers. Geraint Thomas is closest at hand, but Adam Yates not out of this one either. Roglic just drifts over to the side of the road here, just keeps it sensible, gets away from the gnarly edge. And there is G on the back wheel of guess who? Tadej Pogacar, who's still got 3 men in front of him, Sean. This team is proving it has got firepower. If you thought they were weak, it's only, if there was any weakness, I should say, it's only because of the bright light that is Tadej Pogacar, resplendent in yellow at the moment. Will he be the Sun King at the end of the day?
Well, we have seen the team, especially on the earlier days, were questioned, but last year was exactly the same situation. We questioned him in the earlier days, but when we came to the stages that he was needed, they were needed in the mountains. They really came on, and then from there on they really dominated the race. And here they're just dominating, and they're setting a pace here. You know, now the situation is, do they want to catch out front? Are they just, whether all day they were thinking about holding on to the yellow jersey? That is going to be secure now. So if they're allowed to continue on this pace, and we can see Kemna 104 at the moment, 105, so he's holding. So it needs another team really to push on and our riders to attack. And Kemna is getting ever so close to the finish. It depends on how much energy he has left.
Oh, well, he's got some terrible inclines to deal with. And I'm inclined to think he is having a magnificent ride, but will he make it all the way? He's looking like he's labouring, Sean. He's stamping on the pedals. We've seen Thibaut Pinot going out the back, not going to be him. Ben O'Connor, who's taken a tumble earlier in this race as well, also struggling. Some very big names, accomplished riders who are in this man's wake. I'd love him to make it, but I'm not sure he's going to.
Well, that is a difficult one to know. I don't think, you know, anybody here at the moment looking at the screen, will he make it, will he not make it? Looking good at the moment, he's holding on very well, but the moment they start, you know, pushing on out of the peloton and the big attacks, that advantage of just over a minute can come down so quickly.
Well, that's all he's got, but he's only got 4 kilometres to go. Only. My life, you should see the inclines that he's got to be dealing with. 24% towards the end. Now, between 450 and 250 from home, it's very, very gnarly. It is basically just pounded limestone. And this one just needs to keep pounding the pedals and hope that nothing goes wrong. And indeed, these guys back here, I'm just wondering whether they would accept a secondary race behind Leonard Kemna. There's too many riders here, Sean, that are struggling to find places and indeed stages where they could take a victory, and this has surely got to be a chance for too many.
Well, it is a chance, but if you've got the legs, that is the question. Who is, really feeling good here, that can put in an attack and try and get away from this pace being set by UAE Emirates? And it looks, when you look at it here, it doesn't look like they're going really fast, but I can guarantee you there's a lot of legs hurting here after this day. And, we're getting to the point now for Kemna where it eases off a little bit before we go into that final real steep part of the climb and of the gravel section as well. It's coming down all the time, just over, 52 seconds at the moment. But still, it's a nice advantage.
Vlasov struggling. We saw Warren Barguil struggling a few moments ago. Luis Leon Sanchez, who in days of old would have had some more fun here. And Lutsenko as well has also been bitten here. And the man who has not is wearing yellow. Look at this. Well, when's he going to make a spring for it? We shall wait and see. It's going to happen because he'll want some distance here. But will it be for the stage victory? That's what we're asking ourselves. Adam Yates tucked in here alongside Geraint Thomas as well. It's not over for them. It's over for Thibaut Pinot. David Godot is still in here, but so is Leonard Kamna, and he still holds 54 seconds over the yellow jersey with 3.4 kilometres to go. It feels like heartbreak, but it may well be something magical. We shall wait and see. 3.4 kilometres is all we've got from home, Sean, and we're seeing, I guess, some wreckage of ambition upon this mount.
As we can see, Nelson Paulus here having difficulty as well, staying in the train, being set by the team of UAE Emirates, and we're in the section now where I think if there is an attack, this leading group will explode. But are there somebody capable of attacking at this moment, or is everybody just happy with the pace being set by the team of race leader?
Well, he's getting rid of everything. There's no bidons left here. He's discarded them. I was worried he was heading for the knock there as he reached for a gel, but he just didn't want the extra weight. He sent that to the side of the road as well. I don't think there'll be anyone would argue with that. Littering maybe, but it's a crucial moment. He's absolutely at the end of his resources. But who's got what left, Sean? Because the pace that Kemna's setting is he's matching the chase for the time being. It's holding at 50 seconds. Is the clock working against him? That's Shackman a little bit further down. 48. All of a sudden, it's looking like he's running out of energy here. 3 kilometres to go, but the worst part of this climb still to come. The only saving grace for him is he's got a couple of steps that if he can bridge to them, Sean, it might just offer him something.
Yes, well, we can see the team of the race leader, George Bennett, is setting the pace here. We can see Micah is still there. McNulty was doing the riding. He's disappeared now. And yeah, it's going to be really difficult for the leader out on the road because it's just melting down all the time. And yeah, I think there's some attacks going to come out of this main peloton of favourites.
Almost inevitably, Sean. And I feel sorry for Lenny Cameron up there. It's almost like a sacrificial lamb. There goes Geska to the side of the road. He's been absorbed, so there's only one man standing. And here he is, standing tall. He may well do. Let's see. Kemna just trying to shorten the route through. They've come off the apex of the corner here, just denying him that favoured line, I think you might say, but he's keeping himself safe and sensible. 44 seconds, 45, kind of bouncing around that margin, but everyone's struggling here. Look at the faces here, and a little lick of the wind here from Micah. When is Pogacar going to go? Suddenly, Sean, we're kind of used to seeing him engage in a sprint, but look at the quality of riders who've been left further down the mountain today, and it's a pace that's been set by this man. My life, it's a ride from Kamna.
Yes, this is a real strong ride, and we talked about that. Is there somebody in the breakaway who can pull out this super performance? And that's what Kenya's doing at the moment, and he is battling on bravely and holding on to the advantage, holding on to a nice advantage, but it is coming down. Now we can see that there's a lot of riders getting into difficulty. That tells the pace in the main peloton that it is really a hot one, and it's going to be an interesting final 2.5k for Kemna.
Come on, Lenny. He's got about 300 metres, 200 perhaps, before he gets to one of the steps. The unfortunate thing with those steps is they almost announce absolute hell, and others are struggling here as well. George Bennett having done his job, fantastic work by him. In fact, it's been great work by the entire UAE Team Emirates, and they're almost down to last man standing, and it'll be Tadej Pogacar that lights it up, and then it's a question of who can actually stay with him. Sepp Kuss looking statuesque back there. He's going to be part of an assault team that's going to rein in a few moments' time. Roglic sits in front of him. It's Roglic that's going to guide Vingegaard. Kuss is hanging on to try and offer up something, if only encouragement, I think you might say, in terms of numbers. Geraint Thomas doing a fantastic job, and it's Adam Yates who's still holding there. And this is that flat section I was telling you about. 47 seconds, 46 seconds. He's held the margin, but the worst of the day is still to come. This is that little step, and then suddenly, Sean, it's like a slap in the face of 20% he's got to reach before he gets to the next plateau, and then it's 24, even worse to the line. I fear he'll be caught within sight of it.
Yes, well, he is putting in a super performance here, and it's all depending on what he's got left now for this final 2 kilometres. Inside the final 2 kilometres, we can see it's still the man Rafa Moika setting the pace. We can see Groupama FDJ there, Michael Storer just in front of Gaudu waiting. We can see Ineos as well with a number of riders waiting. Are they going to try and do something here? Are they going to test Pogacar, put in an attack and see can he follow? Because you have to try and do it and just test him, and this is the first day for some of those riders, I think, where there's an opportunity to do that.
Oh, he's taking all the lines, and what script is it for him? A super drama by this man. He's been fabulous as a youngster, came through the under-23 ranks as well. He's had his moments in the past, and this could be another glorious one. 1,400 metres only, but it's going to take an awful long time, and this is the 20% ramps he's going to have to deal with. 16 he's having to conjure with for the time being. If he can get over onto the ramp, almost where that car is, then it will flatten out again, and then more hell will begin for him. 47 seconds, he's all over the bike, Sean, but he's holding steady.
Yes, he is holding real strong here, and we can see, he's just digging in and giving his all here. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to be able to dig deep and push that pain barrier out. And, he knows, and he's getting the encouragement of the team. He's holding on to a great advantage, and still Mike is the one who is setting the pace, and none of the other riders making any move.
Micah sets the pace. It's Pogacar on his wheel in the yellow jersey. Just behind him, there's Geraint Thomas and Adam Yates. Looking further back through here. 7 seconds. He's all also here for the French fans. There is Roglic. Kuss came up onto his shoulder to try and offer up something, and it's disintegrating everywhere. Perrin-Pintre is struggling. This is that area that Kamna was having problems with earlier on. 37 seconds, 38. He's still here, and now he'll pull away. Can he? It's going to be in the last kilometre for him, but it's the last of it when it goes to gravel. Just wait. This is where the asphalt suddenly runs out, and there's the cruelty. You can also see the smoke. It's dust being kicked up by the fans, but it's almost Hades he's heading for right now. The Maillot Jaune group, you're looking at it right now. The gap's been stripped out. They've got their own things to do, and here comes the gravel section. The true one, of course. He's going to have trouble breathing here. I hope he doesn't start coughing, or indeed me. Here he goes. He's got to go into the gloom, Sean, and could emerge with glory. 800 metres remaining. Nobody's got the will or the desire or maybe the capability to push on just for the time being, but Pogacar still looks lethal, and Micah says, away you go, and here it is. There was the sign. Can he catch him? Will it be Kamna's day, and will it be Pogacar who distances everybody else? That's what he's starting to do right now. Hits that flat section there into the gravel. 700 metres, less than that, and here they come through, and it's Vingegaard that goes straight onto the back wheel. And is he leading up Roglic for this one? Oh, it may well be that Kemna gets the day, and this man just makes another statement as far as the GC is concerned. Vingegaard's still there. Right then, 570 metres. This is where all of a sudden we're going to hit the asphalt, and it'll get a bit more drive, but it doesn't make it any kinder, Sean.
No, it doesn't make it any kinder. At this point, when you after making the effort all the way on this climb, and especially for Lenny Kemna, he's dug in so deep. He's going to have to, just dig deeper, but it's looking good. Pogacar's just setting a pace on the front. He's not attacking, so it looks like that Kemna shouldn't hold on.
300 odd metres, no time gap displayed at all. What's that sign say? Is that 300 metre marker? 350. He's got 100 metres to go before he gets the asphalt, but don't forget it's 24%. It's asphalted to stabilise it. Meanwhile, back here they're on the same climbing section, and here is Pogacar. Oh, it's very, very close. Plenty of vehicles still involved. Come on, Lenny, drive it in, stamp on those pedals, make it happen again. This is phenomenal. I think he might well be caught just on the line. Big left-hand turn here. They're not quite onto the asphalt just yet. Still plenty of dust being kicked up by the camera bikes. This is not over. 12%. It's going to hit 24 by the end. Oh, and Pogacar still wants it. He still wants everything. He's greedy, of course he is. He's got great. This man's on the asphalt now, but look at the percentages he's got to deal with. They're almost within touching distance. 13, 14. Oh, he's got to try and carry it home. Are they going to break his heart on the very last? Lenny Kamna still holding out. Meanwhile, round comes Vingegaard. Vingegaard's going to have a go. Is he going to take the stage win as well as bonus seconds? They could all prove crucial. Kamna at the very last. 17. Oh, it's not going to happen for Lenny. Round the corner comes Vingegaard. Round the corner, of course, comes Pogacar, and they're going to have a sprint to the line. He's not going to want to give any ground here whatsoever, and it's Vingegaard, I think, that might just hold on here, and that's a big, big marker, but no, Pogacar's coming back at him as well. It's going to be on the throw, for goodness sake. Oh, my goodness, they almost come to a crawling stop. There's helpers here to help out and help the exhausted. Oh, Pogacar takes the day. He gets more bonus seconds. Vingegaard in second place ahead of Roglic. Oh, Kamna comes across the line, wobbles over it just by Geraint Thomas. Godot's here, and God only knows that was a phenomenal end. Adam Yates was a phenomenal. More hell will begin for him. 47 seconds. He's all over the. He's holding the smoke. It's dust being kicked up by the fans, but it's almost. On hit, and he'll get a bit. He's looking at all. What's that sign say? Is that 300 metre marker? 350. He's got 100 metres to go before he gets the asphalt, but don't forget it's 24%. It's asphalted to stabilise it. Meanwhile, back here they're on the same climbing section, and here is Pogacar. Oh, it's very, very close. Plenty of vehicles still involved. Come on, Lenny, drive it in, stamp on those pedal line. Big left-hand turn here. They're not quite onto the asphalt just yet. Still plenty of dust being kicked up by the camera bikes. This is not over. 12%. It's going to hit 24 by the end. Oh, and Pogacar still wants it. He still wants everything. He's greedy, of course he is. He's got great. This man's on the asphalt now, but look at the percentages he's got to deal with. They're almost within touching distance. 13, 14. Oh, he's got to try and carry it home. Are they going to break his heart on the very last? Lenny Kamna still holding out. Meanwhile, round comes Vingegaard. Vingegaard's going to have a go. Is he going to take the stage win as well as bonus seconds? They could all prove crucial. Kamna at the very last. 17. Oh, it's not going to happen for Lenny. Round the corner comes Vingegaard. Round the corner, of course, comes Pogacar, and they're going to have a sprint to the line. He's not going to want to give any ground here whatsoever, and it's Vingegaard, I think, that might just hold on here, and that's a big, big marker, but no, Pogacar's coming back at him as well. It's going to be on the throw, for goodness sake. Oh, my goodness, they almost come to a crawling stop. There's helpers here to help out and help the exhausted. Oh, Pogacar takes the day. He gets more bonus seconds. Vingegaard in second place ahead of Roglic. Oh, Kamna comes across the line, wobbles over it just by Geraint Thomas. Godot's here, and God only knows that was a phenomenal end. Adam Yates was a phenomenal. More hell will begin for him. 47 seconds.
Well, we can see here the moment that Vingegaard just went in the attack. Pogacar